Who's Will? Welcome to the Growing with Fishes podcast, episode 236. This, I believe, is our fourth or fifth 420 celebration. I think it's our fifth. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But certainly a great celebration to have. It's a wonderful day. There's definitely a lot of different events globally that happened today that were good news for the country and for the nation and for all things 420 as well. So we saw the congressional bill move forward today in the U.S. House on cannabis legalization on the federal level, and then we saw some justice be served today in the court system. So it was a very good day all in all. So thanks everybody for joining us today on this wonderful 420. We have a whole list of guests that are going to be joining us. To start us off, we have Breeder Steve. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, happy 420, y'all. Thanks for having me again.
For those of you guys that don't know, he is the original aquaponic cannabis grower. He was the very first person, that, as far as I can find, to write about aquaponic cannabis growing and do any type of documentation or anything like that. So super cool to have him on the show today. And then we also have Brendon from Spectrum King and BioCat Grow More.
Hello. Yeah, it's been a bit. I would just put it, happy 420, obviously, but it's been an interesting day on the news front, as you mentioned earlier. I think we could maybe at some point touch on that, but I'd like to stick 420 if we can, because that's what we're here for.
Oh yeah, I wasn't going to bring it up. I was just going to say the end result was good, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, on this day.
Yeah. Of all days to show that there's some justice in the world, it's a good day to show it. That's for sure. Absolutely.
That's fine with us, right?
Yeah. On the same vein and the same note, how wonderful was it that our first flight on another planet was on Bicycle Day? Of all days, the same day that Albert Hofmann discovered the molecule that showed so many the universe and undid so many social sorry about the dog and the cat playing in the background, and undid so many social prejudices and other social stigmas with the chemical molecule and the discovery of such molecules. To have the very first flight on another planet be on that same day, to me, was very symbolic in a lot of ways. So I thought that was super cool this week as well.
No, it's as I mentioned to you as an aside, let's just put it this way. My father knew Timothy Leary and was involved in one of his experiments after I was born. I have to qualify that because one of my brothers just say he's interesting. Clearly, it does affect that part of your anatomy too. But it's as a kid going to the Grand Canyon, my dad wandered off one day and we couldn't find him. And when I found him, like 8 hours later, he was just staring at hawks circling in the sky and hadn't realized he had a flashback, and he'd been sitting still for 10 hours looking up. So Hoffman put the whole world on a different path at that point. Many people still chasing it.
Well, I can tell you he very much changed my life for the better. I was raised Southern Baptist, and I took LSD when I was 15 years old or 13 years old, and it deprogrammed a lot of hatred that had been taught to me growing up, and that made me, in my opinion, a much better human being after having that experience. And I'm not the only person to have that experience that I've encountered. There's a lot of people that were raised to believe certain things that are not the way the world should be, and I'll leave them very vague in that sense, and have become better people because of their interactions with psychedelics. And I can't thank the people that discovered them enough for introducing me to that, because it made me a better person as well.
For smashing preconceived
Sorry about that. There we go. We good? There we go. Oh, looks like Brendon froze. So Steve, how you doing, man? Tell us a little about what you've been up to.
Oh, you know what? I've just been hunkered down at home like most of us and not going anywhere because all my projects are outside of Canada right now. And I might be starting something in Canada pretty soon, but so that might change a bit. But even interprovincial travel's banned right now. So you can't go to Ontario or something if you had a project there, for example. So I'm kind of just quarterbacking everything from home, but on that front, I've been able to get started with new projects and new places and new people. And so I've been keeping, busy. And I know once it opens up and I can go traveling again, I've got a world tour ahead of me, but I'm looking forward to it for sure. But I'm seeing results from hybrids we made in the fall that we just finished growing out the F1s of. And it's just giving me such pleasure to really see it, happening again in the wide open fields and getting to work. So I'm really excited to see what we can come up with, for sure.
I feel like a lot of people kind of took COVID in order to put time towards a lot of projects that they maybe put on the back burner, or maybe hadn't had a chance to put attention towards or move towards. So I think that, we're going to see a lot of really cool stuff come out of this whole kind of temporarily pause on everyone's life. I think it's going to create a lot of really interesting things, especially in the terpene profiles.
Yeah, we've all had time to line up our ducks and get things straightened out and moving. The place I have in Colombia is the people there are doing such a good job, and most of them have been working there 4 years, so they don't need as much day-to-day guidance, right? Mm-hmm. So it's more big picture stuff, and are laid out a pretty good program to keep them busy. So even if I drop dead tomorrow, they would have the next 20 years of crosses laid out and work to achieve, So it's, I really, I can't complain for sure. It's been good for me in that I quit smoking cigarettes too over the last year, and it's just easier to do at home when you're not around people that did. And the odd time I went out over the years and saw a friend and, rolled up a little hash packy or something, but the last time I went out, and it was maybe 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, and I almost puked from a cigarette. Now I just don't even want one, And I wasn't big into smoking them by themselves, but I would drench them in oil or roll hash with them. So but I smoke them like a joint. So it was just feeling too hard in my lungs, and I was like, fuck, I got to give up the smoking. So it's been a blessing that way. It's been easy to quit because I'm not exposed to it, so it's easy. So that's been nice, and just dabbing, smoking less overall as far as combustion, but just dabbing like in that, and keeping my edible health. That's for sure. I too often fry potatoes in ganja oil and put like green oil in the pan. Even you can just boil leaves down, 3 times in the same oil. And, I've got this one jar of oil that's just from, one little bag of shade leaves that a friend went and cooked up a bunch and gave me back a jar. And I can put a splash of that, like, I don't know, less than a quarter cup, maybe an eighth of a cup or something in the pan with a potato sliced up and fry it up. And they're tasty. It's a little bit herbal potatoes, but boy, you just sail through the day with them. And if you overdo it, if you put too much oil, you really notice it, But if you get just the right amount, and I don't measure it, I just eyeball it, but it's kind of fun because it just varies a little bit how stoned I'm going to be that day. I get a kick out of it. Less combustion, the better, If you keep your baseline up, then I find I puff less because I have some in me already. And when I do take a puff, it lasts longer because I've already got a little lift to start with, right?
If you add the edibles, definitely, and you with your liver, processing it, it's a whole different high, and it's a much longer lasting and more pleasant. I prefer that method, for sure.
Yeah, I like them both for sure. Yeah. Like I know some people that really don't like the feeling of edibles. They love to smoke, but they can't stand the feeling of edibles. But me, I'm like, oh, I groove. I like that all day warm fuzzy works for me.
I made some medicated béarnaise sauce for this 420. Oh. Normally I make a big Thanksgiving turkey and everything. Yeah, anyone that's been to any of my Thanksgivings or 420s knows that I make a big turducken. I make a turducken wrapped in bacon weave that puts Martha Stewart to shame. And anyone that's had it knows I'm not joking when I say that. But today, with everything being kind of crazy this year, we decided to kind of stay in, especially given the news events today. We didn't really know what was going to happen, so we decided to play it safe and kind of maybe spend it at home instead of out and about. So we also had Clackamas Coot join us today, man. How's it going? I'll have to unmute your mic there.
I'm doing good. Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
Just enjoying some spring weather finally here in cold, wet Oregon. We've been up in the 70s. It sounds like, ready to go swimming or something. But yeah, it's nice. Went for a ride out in the country, out through the area where they grow hops, which is really fascinating. The way that they're suspended at like 45-degree angles, facilitates harvesting. This is a big production area for the rest of the world, the hops that we grow here, because of the quality, the volcanic soils here in the valley. So they ship them to Asia, Europe. A lot of big operations use Oregon hops. So I'm not a brewer, but because of working with malted barley in the soil, I got associated with people that are brewers, that know what the hell they're doing, that set up breweries. So it was kind of fascinating to learn what kind of goes on that thing, on that end. So
I always find it interesting talking to hop growers because they're much more mycorrhizal focused. I think the cannabis people are, because of them being a different type of structure to the plant and being, I always find it interesting to learn from them and apply some of that theory over to the cannabis stuff, because I've never had anything that doesn't cross-pollinate over to cannabis.
the other thing that's interesting about hops that I learned on my own, or by accident, I guess is more accurate. So when I was trying to study the various terpenes and terpenoids in the hop plant and how that impacted the flavor of the brew, I came across three specific terpenes, or I don't remember terpenoids, but anyway, the alpha and beta pinene, extremely powerful pesticide, as we all know. And hops are one of those plants that's very easy to grow. You usually get a root start. I don't know of anybody, I'm not sure, but all I know is that every time I've asked about it, they hand me a root start. And pardon the pun, but yeah, it grows just like a weed, It's pretty straightforward. Give it good soil and good clean water, and away you go.
Very cool. So, Brendon, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you've been up to lately? And I know you've been cooking up all kinds of cool new lights and stuff. In fact, I got a chance to see one of your newest prototypes the other day, and I'll tell you what, it's bright as fuck.
That's my technical term, bright as fuck. We nerd out on things, and I go with the latest technology versus plant science, and then try to find a way to blend the two together. And I like finding ways to get more light with less power. So I got to nerd out a little harder, but the first time we have the entire family of lights have all been upgraded and new. The low pro flower, low pro veg have been new and improved. The new 603 was the one I showed you. That's the big gun. And the 403. I mean, a 15-20% increase on the 603 and more like a 30% increase on the 403 and the other one. So same power consumption with that much more light, and with the right bandwidth. In the past, all the other lighting companies in the lighting industry in general, they were always measuring the visual spectrum, and that's what we see. That's great. That's not just what plants want. I always kept saying for years, why don't we measure what plants actually use? Because that's what's important. Because I can cheat and make my numbers look awesome, but it doesn't mean I'm going to have awesome plants. So now that the new DLC listing and the horticultural UL 8800 standards things are out, where people go, oh, this is what plants use. This is what I'm supposed to be looking for. My aha moment's been had. I don't have to preach about it and go, there you go. Look at this. There it is, which helps a lot. And then on the biocat side, obviously with the microbials, with more, essentially being a line cleaner as presented, because every country, state, jurisdiction has their own perspective on how you're supposed to classify and deal with anything living or microbial. And some countries zap everything. Some countries ban this, ban that. If you've ever made your own tea and brewed your own organic tea for your plants, if you send it off to a lab to be analyzed, it's amazing what you find in there. Well, you might be lucky to have 40, 60, 80, 100 species living in it, where we have upwards of 700 species living in balance in a solution, which, as far as I can tell, hasn't been done before. And what people are seeing with it is it can desludge any system, but more importantly, it's breaking all that stuff down at the same time. And what it's breaking it down into is plant available food. So, you're not polluting, you're not wasting. And if the stuff's coming back around, if it's in your soil and outdoor field, like a big thing you're doing, I mean, it's freeing up complex compounds in the soil to make them plant available. It's helping the roots penetrate deeper. In a fish system, aquaponic wise, I mean, you want cleaner fish, you want less slime in your filters, there's no guesswork involved. 2 ounces per gallon and away you go. I like things that are simple and you see results quickly. What's the worst possible thing you ever had to do in a grow? It's usually cleaning up at the end of a few cycles, or cleaning out your tanks and stuff. To make that easier and safer, I'm all for it. I don't want to ever have to be in the bar, the bottom of a resi, scrubbing out what the F is that stuff. Again, I want to rinse it, soak it, and then flush it, and it looks like it's brand new. That works for me. And for people who have used it, if you're an indoor grow and you're doing 5-6 cycles a year, that's a month of cleanup, easy, that you're doing in every single room. You can negate that to literally chop, clean, replant the next day by using this stuff through your cycle. So it's a win all around on that side. So yeah, I kind of nerd out on lights. I nerd out on microbials because the objective has always been the same: the cleanest, healthiest plants we can get. However we get to that point, I'm going to keep trying.
Well, I can say I've used it on DWC or lettuce beds and cannabis operations and aquaponics, and it certainly made the roots a lot whiter.
Yeah. And thick. I love that. The big, thick Hollywood teeth. That stuff's awesome. Yes.
I know if you're doing aquaponics or organic hydro, it's a great inoculant. One of the best up there, should be part of your inoculation regimen for cycling a new system, and that, just inoculating those and getting those microbes, habitated to those populations to properly mineralize all the different stuff. Because in an aquatic environment, we don't have that soil food web that has all those different layers of all the different things that we need. We have to build that from scratch. So this really helps do a lot of those different things. And in my opinion, that and Mammoth P have been the two most effective products in the, almost 10 years I've been doing this now in aquaponics. They've been the two things that really show a night and day difference in terms of mineral ppm density in the plant tissue.
Hey, I would add one to that. I have nothing to do with, but I would say Recharge is a damn good one too for that.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
I don't care who makes it. I like good stuff. And I know the results I've seen with people using these few things, and Frass, for example, too. It's cheap, it's easy to do, and the results are outstanding.
I had another question from chat here. Breeder Steve, what cultivars are you growing here, kind of more or leaning towards in terms of general production? And then what are you hunting down? I know that you're working on a whole bunch of cool stuff. Every time I talk to you, you have a new cool project. So I don't want to say the wrong thing as to what you're currently spending energy on. But I know you got so many different cool things going on. But that was a question we got from chat here.
Okay. I've got a few different breeding outcome goals that we look towards. So some of them might be high THC or low THC with higher other things, right? Mm-hmm. And the big part of what I'm trying to do is to take all the different chemovars or best examples of them and then acclimatize them through hybridizing with equatorials so that I can use them outside where it's 12-12 all year round. Because most modern hybrids, you take it down there, they're going to flower between, before they're knee high. Some of them halfway to your knee. they would flower. If you just put a cutting outside, they don't grow at all. So the things that I can put out that'll still grow 6-7 feet tall with on 12-12, now that's starting to work, you know, because the little plants too, they get sprayed up with mud bounces on them when it rains and stuff. So you want to have something that's up and out of the dirt if you're trying to grow in the field. And the idea is to make the transition to mechanical planting, and straight to seed. So you've got to have a acclimatized seed, but then it has to be stable enough to get approved for commercial usage. And so developing that seed for the region that I'm in, there's a lot of possibility for expansion across that region. So there's having developed seeds for that area will be fantastic from a commercial production strategy. So there's, you know, various high CBD things, you know, like Thunderstruck that maybe was 4 or 5 THC and 24 CBD, but, you know, is not going to work on its own in the tropics in the field. So you've got to cross that with some Mango Biche or Punta Rojo, and then from numbers of those plants, find ones that have the growth characteristics of the native plants that, you know, are like a slender bamboo that bends in the storm and dries out fast with a breeze after a rainstorm or in the humidity. And it just has to stretch, you know, so it stretches. And seeing in those F1s, there was plants, you know, that the parents maybe wouldn't have got knee high, but the progeny would get over our heads. So we were really stoked to see how some of these hybrids have come out, but we haven't got the analysis back on all the different selections to see which ones would still fit under non-psychoactive versus psychoactive, because you have to have a quota there for the psychoactive. And there's a limit now to how many acres or hectares you could grow. But for the non-psychoactive, you can do as many as you want, right? So it's really a non-issue. If you want to make CBDV, you can make as much of that as you want without any security in that, as long as the THC CBN combined is under 1%. So that's our cutoff. And to develop other chemovars that are under 1% gives you a lot of range to play, because you could, once you have seed that works in the area for whatever type of plant you want, the ability to take out a seed drill and use it every day of the year, and the same with the combine, you could use it every day of the year, you can really get through a lot. Whereas in Canada, they have farmers or grass farmers, if they ever get to using seed, will, you know, they'll use their seed drill for 3 weeks in the spring, and they'll use their combine for 3 weeks in the fall. But down there, you know, it doesn't really change. You get a wet season around now, and that rainy season, if you pick the slightly higher fields in the prairies, you're still okay through the rainy season. Surprising amount does finish then, but that's part of why I like to time a lot of selection crops for the rainy season, because it weeds out the weak ones. You know, you get the external pressure for the natural selection. And when you're trying to whittle down high numbers of seed, put them out in the rainy season, and you'll see who's tough and who's not, you know? So it really is throw them against the wall and see what sticks.
Steve, this is a Coot here.
Just to quickly explain the difference in pheno variation. So each one of these beds is supposed to be the same strain. You can see there's a couple here that are just single nug plants, versus this sprawling monster over here. So there's quite a bit of pheno variation. These genetics are not stable. I just wanted to give a quick example of stable genetics. Each one of these beds is supposed to be the same strain, but there's no consistency across these whatsoever. So this is kind of an unstable genetic. I just wanted to explain that for people that maybe didn't understand that.
Yeah, the visuals help, because it's hard when you know it, understand conceptually, you need to see it. And what you said about the plants needing to stretch because of the environment, for an indoor grower, you don't want to stretch too much. So for guys to say, I want to stretch outside, it's like, well, what do you mean? It's not a contradiction. It's catering to the environment you're putting them in. regardless if
most
it's,
people build a facility to facilitate the plant's needs because the plants have been developed underground indoors for a long time, most of them, right? So but the other outdoor environment in every region is different, let alone, right? But there's centuries and centuries where they got perfectly respectable bud came out of there. It maybe wasn't good looking by the time it got to where it was going,
right?
even if it was a town over, because they didn't have air conditioning to dry it out and it starts turning brown in like 24 hours, right? So if you can pull it in and keep it cool, then it's frosty and green and beautiful, you know, to our modern taste, right? But it's so special, the aromas of the equatorials, that you don't get out anything else. But I would rather adapt the plant to the environment that I'm working rather than spend a fortune trying to cool or light or, you know, construct an environment for it where it's not happy, you know. If I can find something that's happy in that environment, I'm happy to plant a whack of it, because I think the future is going to be in the fields, you know, because the attention hasn't been given with all the modern techniques and tools available to cannabis geneticists. It's just a quantum leap happening right now, right? So everything's changed. So everybody's got access to sequencing, you know. There's so much going to happen in cannabis genetics that you won't even recognize it in a few years, you know. And
it is the future. It really is.
It's going to be in fields, because they're going to have plants that aren't molding in the fields. They're going to have plants that aren't getting seeded in the fields, and they're going to have every flavor under the sun. You know, everything is going to be understood and developed at you know, such a leap from what it has been, that it's going to be shocking, the differences we see. I think there's going to be buds that don't need trimmed. You know, there's going to be all kinds of great stuff that we don't even think about now, but the growers will wonder what they did without them, right? So the new genetics will be something.
They're going to be equatorial, northern, and southern hemisphere developments, because they're going to cater to those environments. You know, up what you be doing in Canada, or I'd be doing in California, or in any other state. It changes. I try to cater to the environment I'm going to be putting this stuff in.
That's it. I know for selections, I'll pick out stuff that I love the smell of, even if it won't work for me there because it's not the right plant. But I know it's going to be great for somebody growing on tables somewhere else. So I definitely keep an eye out for stuff that's not suited for my environment, but still really cool for another reason, right? So that's one of those things is erect plants. I can't stake up hectares of plants. I don't want to.
They got to hold themselves up.
If they can't stand up by themselves, they're not going to work in the running, you know? So if I find stuff that's really floppy but super fruity and tasty, it's like, well, I'm not going to kill it. That's going to be used for, you know, work elsewhere. You know, people that are growing elsewhere will be stoked to have that, you know. But we find some amazing ones, because you really put them to the test when you put them in extreme environments. And you know, everything reacts different in different environments. And I just think in the dry season on the equator where we are, in the dry season, you can finish anything, and it finishes faster than inside. I'm always amazed, because like anything I would think of that takes 8 weeks to flower inside will take 6 weeks to finish outside there.
Wow.
And I think it's the heat units, because it just gets so much heat night and day. And that's the other reason you never see mildew, at least. You see other fungus, but you never see mildew because it's too hot.
Because the temperature variance isn't enough to make the spores activate. That's the thing, you know.
Well, it might be like 36 in the day and 24 at night or something, right? And mildew, as long as you hit 35 regularly, you don't have mildew problems, because mildew dies out at like 34.2 or something like that, right? So they just don't have mildew there. They have, you know, tons of other fungus, but it's, you know, it's not like it's fungus free zone. It's just that particular one's not an issue. But it's interesting, because heat treatment's the easiest way for people to control mildew. But when they have these giant glass houses covered in snow, and you're thinking, you know how much it costs to hit 35 in that every day?
Yeah, way too much.
Right? You can't do it. You know, you're just doing the wrong plants in the wrong place. So it's amazing. But most of them didn't even know they could do that anyway, probably. So they see a lot of lot of projects up here that have, you know, sunk under their own weight, let's say, you know.
You know, there was, I don't know to interrupt you there, but there was a couple like 1.2 million square foot operations and things that went into certain parts of Canada. I'm thinking, from my perspective, that's pretty ambitious, because I don't see that generating what's needed to pay for it. And, you know, they collapsed.
It didn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't make sense. It was top heavy. You know, they have, I forget, but I heard, I think it was, they have 1 million kilos surplus, but it might even be a lot more than that. I could be wrong, but it's just dusty mids nobody wants. The stuff that's high grade sells out in an hour as soon as they're in the shops. But the average stuff, they have just a glut of it, you know.
Well, before things were legal and people in the masses were exposed to it, you got what you got. You know, back in the day, like we didn't have a massive smorgasbord selection of things we weren't knowledgeable enough. You know, in the 70s, I didn't know there was a male and a female plant. I used a record cover to, you know, sprinkle and shake the seeds out like everyone else did. You know, I learned as I went, and I'm fascinated by the genetic things, like the things you're doing with the breeding for the environment, just finding a specific traits and replicating it, then crossing. You know, that just wasn't done. You know, 10, 15 years ago, there was a few guys doing things. 20 years ago, a few guys doing things. You know, DJ Short and guys doing things like that. But the science level where it's at now, I am very excited about, because the compounds we're finding and the strains we're finding and the ways we can get them to replicate or up the ratios and change things, that's going to take us to medical grade and open up a lot more doors in a lot more countries, I think. And the way you're growing using, you know, natural environment is always going to be best if you can get equatorial, but that's specific families that work best there, as you pointed out.
Yeah, you have to use the right ones or it's a nightmare, right? So it's fun. I love the challenge, but I also like seeing how things work in lots of other environments too, and just other places. So it's the more satellite breeding stations you have, the more fun it is, you know. So I keep trying to develop more in places where I haven't got something now. Some of them are pretty overlapping. Like the one in Jamaica is the 17 latitude north, same as the one in Thailand. So the latitude of those two, they're identical, and even the, you know, weather's not drastically different in either place. It may be a little more humid in the Taiwan even, because it doesn't have any Caribbean breeze, right? It's very central, you know. But I think it's just going to be great fun to try out as many different ones in as many different locations as possible. That's for sure.
That is a big assignment.
Yeah, well, you know, the idea is if you can think big and dream it, and if you can teach people to carry it out. Like I've got, you know, a team of agronomists or people with PhDs, and they've all got different specialties. Like somebody's got the PhD in seed production, knows about making certified seed and getting all the approval, the ISO and all this stuff. I don't know anything about that, you know? And the same with other people who are specialized in interpreting the molecular genomics to me, because I don't know how to read out those sequences. You know, it's all just, I don't know what the hell that says. Tell me what that says, you know? It's always a learning experience every day, you know? So I get a real kick out of this. And even for the hands-on breeding, have another lady with a PhD that's fantastic. And you know, she was doing tomatoes before she started doing cannabis with us, and her degree's from in Brazil actually. But it's just a gas to work with all these different people on all the different aspects of it, and be able to share results with academia. So there's some university partnerships in that. So it's really, really been an eye-opener and pretty fun to be able to do it. But it's really been a headache for all the bureaucracy involved. It's really overbearing. You know, when I used to breed in Switzerland, the reason I went there is it was just wide open legal. It was no licenses needed, no inspections, no audits. You were a business, just a business, period. You know, you plant a field or greenhouse like you were doing tomatoes. And it didn't matter. We sold seeds, and seeds were legal, and we sold them to countries where they were legal. There was no issue, right? But once they started to want to tighten things up, and we said, hey, if we're going to take the fun out of it, we're done, you know. But the thing is, I figured eventually it would be like it was there everywhere. And in the nice cantons there, you could go to a supermarket in May, and there were trays of cuttings of all the different popular cannabis names and all the big hemp names. Like there was Compost hemp, and it would have a picture of this giant Compost hemp inside of some Swiss chalet, you know, and it would say plant full sun, good drainage, big feeder, gets, you know, 10 meters tall, you know. But then right beside it, they would have the White Widow, you know, special, and they've all got little plant tag with a photo, just like the geraniums that are right beside them. Like it was just a non-issue, right? The sky didn't fall. Nobody give a fuck, you know? It was just so easy and boring that it was just normal. It was like, I'm an oregano breeder, you know? Nobody give a shit, right? It doesn't matter, right? So it was so refreshing. And I thought, oh, I can't wait till it's like this everywhere else. But I'm like, I'm sure they're going to screw it up in Canada. They'll just think this is too easy, you know. They'll have to make it really complicated and fuck it up for a long time and waste a lot of resources on it.
I wanted to just welcome Zenthanol for joining in the panel as well, and Marty. Looks like Marty's finally back to his station as well. So.
Oh, you hit me with the finally. Okay. All right.
Your camera wasn't up.
I'm on 420 time, man. We started early. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Good.
How's it going, Matt?
It's going really well. I've been on 3 420 podcasts at this point, so I'm happy to check in here. A little bit late, but still here. And I'm already answering some really great integrated pest management questions in the chat.
Awesome. So maybe that's a cool transition question. Steve, have you seen any kind of particularly funky or interesting diseases, insects, virals, fungi down there in Colombia that are all that different from what we see traditionally, or has the jungle been pretty gentle to you?
No, it's vicious. Yeah, it's vicious. But I saw this one recently, you know, as I get photos of the guys if they get something weird. And there was the last one that was odd, was this winged ant that was a boring ant, and it was eating into stalks and then eating down them. And I actually got a little video clip that they sent me, but they're like a centimeter long maybe, or a bit more, and they eat the middle of the stalks out. So they're like, not like they're totally infesting the whole place, but there's the odd one, right? So
How do you treat that?
That's interesting.
I don't know yet.
Oh, wow.
I just saw it like 2 days ago for the first time.
There are some carpenter ants that that'll go after cannabis, and I've definitely with Aaron. For those who know Aaron the grower, he actually sent me a picture of something very related to ants, which are wasps, a small little what we call square head wasp that was doing the same thing that you're talking about, except for the fact that it was kind of making a nest in the, like, kind of where the pith would be of the cannabis plant. So it was kind of a cool little interaction. What you're describing is kind of, I think, something similar. It might not be a carpenter ant. I'd love to get a view of the video, though. Maybe I could help you.
Yeah, I can see. I got like 6 pictures of it plus a 10-second video or something of it munching away.
Can you put it up there?
Oh,
I'll
on my
also
phone.
mix.
I wouldn't even dare to try right now. I'd be lost. But I'll send I'll forward it on WhatsApp. Like, it's on my WhatsApp. I can just forward it to Steve there. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to mention, somebody in the comments, Saul, makes a point about termites, and it's definitely termite swarming and ant swarming season, depending on where you are in the world, but Northern Hemisphere. And they, you know, some of those princesses can definitely look like that with the wings that they shed. So it's possible that the ant you're talking about, if it wasn't like a wasp or something, might have been a foundling. Yeah.
Interesting. No, that's neat. It could be, because we have had termite problems there too. And the most recent fungus that I hadn't seen before, I think it was called sclerotina. And I found something in Louisiana hemp that had it too. but I think it was just too much surface irrigation as well. But it's like this white mycelium growing around the base of the plant that strangles it. And
sometimes fusarium can be like that. I've definitely seen fusarium growth. Like that's like a kind of a rusty or even like a kind of bright orange color.
This stuff was more white, and I looked it up and found something in this Louisiana hemp, and I can't remember where I found it, but and I'm not even 100% sure it was sclerotina, but I think that's what it was. But it was whatever it was. There were some other names for it. It was ugly, and but it was easily remedied if you keep the soil just a bit drier on top. So that was at the end of the needs to irrigate season, and they were just dumping the water on it and sort of flooding them. But it wasn't on many. It was like 2 or 3 plants in a hectare, but it was really ugly. So you had to dig that shit out of there and burn it. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I have seen some cases of that, and also I'm blanking on the name. There's a couple of other like foliar pathogens that are becoming a little bit more common for people. I think Septoria. Yeah, Septoria is one of them. And Pseudomonas. Yeah.
And the Pseudocercospora Pseudomonas. I get the names all messed up. But to me, I kind of just think of them all as rust, which was like the closest thing we ever experienced this far north. So I would think roughly the same kind of treatments. And the best things you can do to prevent them is not have soil splashing back up on the leaves, because it comes out of the soil. So if you really do have a good green cover growing, or a solid mulch that prevents that splash, the backsplash, you know, when it rains, because that's where it starts. You see it on the fans at the bottom. In the Septoria, they're little, you know, rusty circles on the leaves, right? And then
100%
the other
agree.
ones, they're nasty. But if you can keep the dirt from splashing up on them, plus if you keep that green covered there and the soil never dries out, like totally, because there's some life and something for the good microbial life to live on, you know, then it inhibits the bad stuff a bit. But when you go from like dead dry to flooded again, then it's not as good, but it really mitigates it if you have in areas with the green cover crop. And down there for the low spreading stuff, we'd use like forage peanuts. And then in between crops, or whenever we want to leave one fallow, we usually plant Crotalaria, which would grow like 8-9 feet tall. Wow. And that really helps restore the soil as well. And mustard is a good sort of antifungal to grow in the soil. So we try and do some rotation in the blocks between them. And sometimes the mother blocks might be going for 6 months. I put in the SOPs just to keep them for 4 and replant them. But because of the quota system, if they don't, if we say, well, we want to plant these 3 times a year, and they go, well, you can plant them twice. You can plant them twice, you know? So it's just like one arm tied behind your back trying to do a good job sometimes when you're trying to stay in the lines, right? Because they're quite arbitrary with a lot of these regulations, and they're clueless about, you know, maybe I want new mothers every 4 months because they're healthier, you know? But whatever. But it's fun because I grow the mothers right outside, you know? And they grow incredibly thick. Like we're able to take an enormous amount of cuttings when we need to, but obviously that's a lot more labor intensive than growing from seed, which is the goal of the project, right?
I was in West Palm Beach recently, not really, but about a couple of years ago, I had the experience of working with somebody trying to set up some hemp in Florida, in that area. And as somebody who spent most of his time in Southern California, it was amazing. I've definitely been experienced a tropical and of course a subtropical environment, but it was very enjoyable to have like the intermittent rains and very novel and like you were saying, vicious, tons of insects. You can't get rid of them. They're just there's everywhere, and you got to
even
learn
spider mites outdoors. You know, like in Canada, you'd never have spider mites outdoors. You know, but in Colombia, that's just a fact. In the dry season, once it's hot and dry, then they start to thrive compared to the predators, right? And then when the rainy season comes, the predators have an easier time of it. But there's lots happening there. And you can use, if you need to control something, you usually use hot pepper garlic spray, and that's generally enough to help them along. But on selection crops, often I will really just say, don't treat them at all. Just put them out there and let's see which ones attract the mites, which ones don't attract the mites, and which ones are just more robust. And I've found plants doing that were like mite repellent, where the plant was really good in a lot of regards, like very, over 30 THC, very astringent terps, and the mites wouldn't eat it. Whereas there's fruity ones beside it, and the mites were nesting on that, And I'll still have some backup cuttings of these that I'll try and give them a fair chance. But I do love to put out a strip with everything in it and just leave them alone and just say, let's see which of these can make it, And if you put out, even a few thousand, you're gonna find a couple of good. Damn, this one, we gotta make sure we do something with this one because it's indomitable, and to me, that's really important to just leave some. A lot of these test crops, we can't do anything with them but destroy them anyway, right? So we can take enough to sample off to send to the lab and keep a few samples, right? After the measurements have been done and the weights have been done and all that. So but overall, it's going to just be destroyed at the end. So there's not even an advantage to growing them big or getting a good yield or anything. Lots of them, I'm happy to grow them, as fast as I can, just so I can get them sent to the lab. And if the plant's only this big and 10 grams, it doesn't matter because I only need to send, 2 grams to the lab, right? So it's but the idea is with the plants that don't need any assistance to grow, that they can just go to the field and handle it because they're, selected in that environment. So that's every region, it's an advantage to do that, or at least somebody's got to do it. Other people are coming to me now because there was nobody setting up in that region. And now that other people are starting to set up in that region and see the potential for this huge flat, like Iowa, it's just giant flat farms. So the people will be, oh, maybe we should get it. And then they get there and realize what they have doesn't work, and then they're, hey, you've got something working now here, let's have a look. So now that I'm able to have new farmers in the region come and visit, see the plants, and order up cuts of their favorites, so there's or just licensing them the cut or selling them the cut. We do different things, but mainly I've got the place open for licensed producers from anywhere in the world can come and check out these plants because they are available. The best, whatever works is or attractive for whatever reason is going to be available for people to take and produce in other places. So it's we're sending genetics starting all to Spain. That's where our first clients have all been, is in Spain. But we could be doing them to Australia or Canada, anywhere they're federally legal. We're federally legal to export them. So that's, the one thing when you're doing a lot of selections is before you're ever able to stabilize a seed, at least you can release some new cultivars quite quickly that, anybody can take and do what they can with as well. But most of people just want to make cuttings, so they'll never need to worry about trying to stabilize it as a seed. And they're not trying to grow from seed necessarily, right? Most places are still in a horticultural paradigm where they're going to keep a mother and do cuttings, whether in tissue culture or standard nursery formats. Everybody's still in cutting mode. But once seed is reliable and has all the advantages people are looking for, there's going to be a switch to growing from seed, I think, because it's so much more efficient that they don't need the same mother area they can grow a crop from seed that if you take seed into a new facility to plant it, there's no chance you're bringing bugs in with you or anything else. There's a real clean start with seeds, let's say. So
it is pretty cool that you're using Sentinel plants like that. And I was going to also comment that I appreciate that you're letting them go to find out what even you get on them, because honestly, that's the kind of data we really need a lot more of. And, it really segues well into what you're saying biosecurity wise about clones versus seeds. I also think that we might move towards more of a clone-based thing, but with the hop latent viroid being so problematic and kind of abounding, and we have other pathogens that could even move from parent to offspring through seed. Very rare. It's a very rare kind of thing, but I feel like it's the one. I mean, even in other traditional crops, this can cause like millions of dollars of damage. I remember working with some roses, some spray roses, and they all got shut down because of rosette disease in the nursery. So they had to like keep everything in quarantine. You couldn't send anything. And these were nurseries in the Netherlands. And so even in those crops, this can be a huge, huge issue. So I'm curious. I'm very curious because I think cannabis is more viable than other crops for that. But it'll be very interesting to see. I definitely agree with the force multiplier of cuttings, though, when appropriate, for sure.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to go about it. If you can use the tissue culture, make sure your stock's really clean. That's a big advantage. We're still building our tissue culture lab. It's been delayed, but now it's actually getting done. So I'm excited to see that finish, because that'll give you more peace of mind going into seeds with the plants, is that that they're not carrying any virus. So that's the hope anyway, right? I mean, they can still get infected by an insect while the seed's growing, probably, so you never know. But the overall, there's just too much to think about.
Ooh, we're hearing some typing.
I wanted to also thank, sorry about that, the dog's coming. I wanted to also thank Chris Chump for popping by. I wanted to give him a chance to say hello. I know that we have some issues with neighborhood animals coming through the yard lately, and the dog is very much aware of those. Chris, would you tell us what you've been up to lately? And I know you got a class coming out and stuff too.
Hey guys, happy 420.
Same to you.
Yeah, I am out in Newton, Iowa, and doing some natural farming work out here. And yeah, it's my the journey in natural farming as I see it, and what I'm up to is kind of proving concepts in a few different industries. So I was out in Napa Valley last month, and there's a wine grape grower that represents 750 acres, and they ran a trial and kicked out powdery mildew for their crop, which was a big deal for them. It's a big deal for grapes in general, so that's not really something they can get out of without sulfur. So yeah, and now I'm out here, great farmer out here, and already a good farmer, and then he's adopting natural farming practice on 1,000 acres of corn and soy and rye. And so we're doing large scale natural farming out here, which is good fun. And yeah, we're it's been a interesting thing to see the larger farmers kind of be like, wow, this is way better than anything we have or have options to, and that's been exciting. So I feel like right now it's kind of proving concepts, learning some things about different industries, and reaching critical mass so that our food is a little more like medicine is kind of what I'm going for. You guys are producing medicine, but we also got to eat, and we don't want that to be toxic while we got the purest, smoke going on. So yeah, it's It's been good fun and great privilege, and at the same time, it's a lot of freaking work.
Hey, Chris, this is Coot. I got a question for you.
Hi, Coot. How are you?
Good. Hey, John. Is the Bordeaux mix, did you find the vineyards in California using the Bordeaux mix like they do here in Oregon and Washington?
I didn't experience Bordeaux. A lot of Chardonnay, a lot of
Oh, I'm sorry.
Merlot.
No, the Cure Bordeaux mix, copper sulfate.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry. That's
I'm thinking wine.
yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Apologize.
No, you're good. I don't know the specific application they use. Sorry. I think they have a couple different ways they do it. Sometimes they're burning it, but sometimes they're applying the powder. I'm not sure.
For the
Yeah, it goes
vineyards,
back
it's
to like the
usually cumulus.
1870s.
I
in
had a
France.
vineyard, organic vineyard, 15 years, and we sprayed cumulus for sulfur.
hmm
That was the
You said something,
very
Steve,
soluble powder.
earlier. I didn't want to interrupt you, but you brought up something I hadn't heard in 43 years. Punta Roja and, of course, Punta Oro from the horrible Colombian days of the late 70s. So, where things were bleached and all of a sudden they became Punta Oro, so.
Or, yeah, Santa Marta Gold, Santa Marta.
Yeah,
Gold.
Santa Marta Gold, yeah. By way of,
The real stuff is so delicious, right? And that's the original haze. Even was an acclimatized Santa Marta Gold before it got the tie added to it later, right? It had the yellow haze and then the green haze, to my understanding. I love Santa Marta Gold. Honestly, if I had to pick one flavor, that's probably still the flavor I would take if I could only pick one. It's real Santa Marta Gold.
Yeah,
I absolutely adore it.
It certainly was rare. Trying to get it. I mean, most of the stuff was the bulk.
Yeah, right. No, once it's traveled, it's not the same. But even I grew it indoors in Vancouver long ago when I just started growing indoors. And I fell in love with it then. It was 16 weeks under light, but in a pencil for a bud, but it was absolutely like cherry pie filling. And I just adored it. I loved it. And the very first plant I'd ever grew, for me, it was Jamaican seed. But then I realized, almost 30 years later, I'm in Colombia, the first outdoor plant I see within the Cafetero, where Punta Rojo is common. And I sort of knew that, but I got to this first friend of a friend's farm, and I see this one plant in his garden, and I think it looked like the very first plant I ever grew that I thought was Jamaican seed. And then I was like, is that Punta Rojo? He's like, yeah, that's the Punta Rojo. I was like, I know that plant, and I'd never smelled it since, and it was the first thing I ever got buds off, So I was absolutely have felt an attachment to those two, and I understand why the people would look down their nose at them if they'd only seen them bricked up and shipped somewhere. But the fact is, if you grow it yourself, you get to see what it's supposed to be like, right? So it's something else.
It's like growing Thai, putting it out in March and then harvesting it in second week in December. And it's still not finished, according to the experts. Well, no, the trikes are still clear. Well, yeah, you might want to have to wait till next year then or something. I don't know.
The 16-month plant,
Yeah.
It was when we were talking about hops earlier. It reminded me too. It's a close thing with cannabis, right? But the thing that's very different about them is that one is perennial and one is annual. So those would be really nice traits to move over, to have the perennial grass that, you just had a clump of it that came back stronger every year, Danger. Somebody will do it,
Hops and cannabis are they're closely related to each other. And I love to quote it. So for those in the chat, I think Jim has definitely heard me say this on the Future Cannabis Project or something to it, that they're about 18 or 19 million years removed. And so that's actually not very long, evolutionarily speaking. So I'm very curious if the hop latent viroid was already in populations pre-human cultivation? I imagine probably so, but that would be really interesting to consider. I'm curious about that research.
Yeah, there's
So real
lots
quick,
to learn.
hold on one second before you answer that. I think Chris has to get going. He's got a bunch of stuff going on this holiday. Thanks a lot for joining us, Chris. Did you want to mention anything else before you go?
No,
How do people find you if they want to learn more about your stuff? Maybe at least your YouTube channel and your Instagram.
yeah, my Instagram's at Soil Steward, and YouTube's just my name, Chris Trump. And no, I really like jumping on you and talking with you, Steve, and Coot, and all you guys. Super cool stuff y'all are doing, and I'm
Nice
just
to meet you.
exhausted. Yeah, we've been farming and not going to bed early, so I gotta get sleep tonight. I gotta tend to a pile. We got 10,000 pounds of IMO3 going right now, and I gotta go up there and check its temperature, make sure I can go to sleep soundly tonight, and do some more in the morning. So see you guys.
Happy
Good.
farming.
See ya. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Chris. Thank you.
I think a lot of people didn't get sleep with the yesterday being bicycle day. I know it definitely fucked with people's sleep. In fact, it was the 26th anniversary, 28th anniversary. Someone can correct me. So 1943, however many years that is.
You're not so good at math there, guy. You want
Sorry.
to revisit that one? 78.
Sorry, one too many dabs. 78. Thank you. We had some questions from chat here I wanted to ask. We'll skip Chris's because he happened to take off. But we had some questions for different panelists here. So first off was actually, Matt, we haven't heard much from you, so we'll do yours first. Zenthanol, I don't have a question, but I learned that parasitoid wasp is the smallest insect on the planet. Kind of blew my mind how small it is. And then I had a question personally for you, Matt, before just to try and get you a little bit of incorporate you here. So I had a question, and this came up in a chat that I had with some other people on biosecurity and IPM. Why is it that there's no evolutionarily? I feel like you're one of the only people that I could actually ask this question. Why is it that there's no like Bavaria bassiana equivalent for mites, right? So we have them for insects, but we don't have like a predatory fungi for mites that's commercially available. Does it exist or does it not exist? What's the evolutionary reason for that? And then if it does exist, is it just not commercially easily able to
It could be brought to market.
concentrate the spores or commercialize in some other way?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say, so I'll start up front by saying I actually have video footage of Tetrasynchus cerusi, the two-spotted spider mite that pretty much so many plants get that we cultivate, including cannabis. I have examples of that, of Bavaria bassiana infecting it. It's called, so when a fungus like that infects its target, we call that mycosis. Mycosis is the state of being infected by the fungus, essentially. And I have examples, and I've seen examples of mycosis from Bavaria bassiana on two-spot spider mite and some other things, which speaks to its sort of like broad spectrum ability, being in that family of like the cordyceps family. It's definitely got a wide host range. And I think that there are other ones that exist that might even be better for mites. But the reason why they don't get marketed for them, I think, is because I think that physiologically their bodies are different enough that there might require a little bit more like fine tuning of an isolate or something. Like, for example, people who use Botanigard are familiar with the WP or the 22WP product, the woodable product, and it uses the GHA or grasshopper active isolate. It doesn't just affect grasshoppers, of course, but I think there might be somewhere not only an example of a more mite specific or maybe a spider mite specific or a russet mite specific family fungus. I'm sure that they exist, and other microbes too, bacteria and that. but we probably just don't have anybody working on it currently, which I also agree is kind of surprising. And maybe there's a more fundamental reason for this. I think a big part of it is that mite taxonomy, research, acarology in general, it really hasn't been studied in the same way that insects do for some of the more intuitively obvious reasons. Mice are super small. Up until recently, the sort of ways to like look at genes and the genomes and separate different mites by that has become possible. So I think we might find, and this is also true for taxonomy for fungi, which is really, really volatile. And I think that as our understanding of those populations gets more and more robust, I think we'll be able to see some of those parallels and interactions. Heck, there's even a cordyceps fungus that has a mutualistic symbiotic relationship with tree hoppers and leaf hoppers and species like that, which we usually associate with pathogens like Beauveria bassiana that would kill them, but a long, long time ago. And I think some scale insects too have this. So it's really fascinating to see how much of these interactions exist across the symbiosis spectrum.
I was another great one. Leafhoppers are definitely one of the harder insects to treat in an outdoor environment, and they are definitely up there with whitefly in terms of potential vectors of other diseases, and it can be very hard to treat. So it's wonderful to hear that we have some new weapons in the works.
To me, for broad spectrum like biocontrols like that like fungi and bacteria, you can get some effects that are kind of off label. And I don't mean this in like a sort of like surreptitious way. Like it just happens to happen if you get more spores on contact. Like things are more efficacious. And the reason why like Beauveria doesn't affect like predatory mites too, I think, and I have videos that have research that cite this, it's because they can clean themselves. They're very hygienic. So they have this ability that allows them, like if they get spores on them, then, some of them do die. Some of them might already be wounded or weak, or there's a lot on them and they can't get them all off. But apparently a lot of predatory mites are able to kind of rid themselves of the mites, of the spores. And it makes sense because some of them have at least partially soil lifestyle, or like I guess you could say like ground level leaf litter. So it makes sense because they'd probably make contact with the soil associated Beauveria bassiana pretty often and things like it. And Beauveria is pretty cosmopolitan, so things like it exist globally.
We had another question from chat. Breeder Steve, I heard a rumor you're redoing Sweet Tooth. Is that true? That's from chat.
Yeah, I've done a few different lines out of some of the different old lines, and have a couple versions coming out, and they're going to be released through a Canadian nursery in clone form at first, and I suspect they will get around from there, and then there will be seeds following up too. So one of them is an auto one, which was, I didn't have very many auto sweet tooths, and I've never been a big fan of autos, but I had two from, I call it Sweet Tooth 8, this one, because I've seeded these two different ones. There was a green early one, or auto, and a purple one, but the purple one was like the lollipop factory where grape lollipops come from. It was just so candied, and you couldn't keep it in veg. So I had a matching male that I hit it with, and said, okay, when I bring these out, they're going into this tissue culture lab where they're going to take, the whatever one I choose is the most candied one is the one that's going to be used from the batch of seeds I'm popping in this tissue culture lab. Then those are going to get mass produced so that they're available at to all the growers across Canada. So then they'll be everywhere, I think. But people will start making their own and selling them, and sure, that'll get it out there for real. But there's other lines that are just normal sweet tooth that are still tasty, but they're not autos, and those will be out in seeds. So that'll be nice to see them out. It's been a long time. We're redoing well, the sweet skunk cuttings getting released, and a new shishkaberry line, and there's some grapefruit and blockhead. So those are the first 5 of the old ones that are coming out, and then a couple of new ones as well. So they'll be, it's been, 15 years or more since we've put anything out. So I'm really excited to have these getting released in North America. Yeah, that'll be neat to see. I'm excited about that.
No, I'm definitely excited for sure. We have quite a kind of a unique panel here. Does anybody have any questions on the panel for other panelists? I know we have, the amount of experience on this panel between insects, breeding, and soil mixing and lighting, and this is kind of outrageous. So does anybody have any questions for anyone else? At least I'll give an open floor for that for a second.
Obviously, just talking to Steve about some of the breeding things, it's just the catering to the environment you're working with. I mean, just that alone is a full-time job, and that you've done that and specifically catered towards that environment, equatorially speaking, to blend in. I'm just thinking, do you ever sleep? I mean, like, that's a lot.
Sure. I mean, you know what? It's a lot of the protocols you want to replicate into different satellite places. So you're not reinventing the wheel every time.
Sure.
You've got kind of a method to the madness. So to me, I think, I could quarterback 100 of these, and right now I may be doing 8,
Okay.
just because it's the getting them set up is what takes time in the legal realm, right? And you can't just spend 2 months and go plant, like we would have in the old days. Now it takes 2 years of, death by 1,000 paper cuts before you can plant, right? So getting anything started today doesn't mean you're going to be planting it this year, right? So it's just a nightmare. And honestly, I really, I have mixed feelings about, the effort I've put into doing it all by the books now. There's no other way. I had to do it, but it just drives me nuts. And then to this day, I want to just go somewhere quiet and do it. Just leave me alone and let me work. But they want to, audit every step of the way and constantly up your ass with, checking the numbers and blah blah blah. It's too much. They really suck the life out of it. So. And it's very inefficient to work at the pace of the bureaucracy. So, last year when we were waiting, even apply for a quota beginning of January, we didn't get the quota till May or June.
Wow.
So you're there to grow all year round.
You lost
can't
that.
Grow for half the year. You already lost half the year because you're waiting on their permission to crack your next generation. It's insane, it really is too much to bear. I'm so sick of that aspect of it. And Colombia is the only country doing that. And we're, of course, trying to lobby and educate them to lighten the hell up, because nobody else does this. This is asinine, we can report the numbers. We're licensed in this space. It's all under cameras. Don't tell us how to do our job, though. Like, if I want to find the best 1 in a million, don't say, well, forget a million. You can plant 10,000, Well, but I want to plant 1 million, It's not your problem. I'll still destroy it all. I'm just looking for the best plants, Like it's, so that's frustrating. Whereas in Jamaica, no problem with that. Thailand, it's not going to be a problem with that. They haven't talked about any quota nonsense. So, and in Spain, we don't have that either. So, and in Canada, if I start something here, which I think I'm about to, there's nothing stopping us from the numbers that you want to check out, so the breeding can happen efficiently if you can use the high numbers. Obviously, marker assisted selections add to the efficiency a lot too, because you don't have to grow as much out, because once the plants are small and you can test for certain traits at a young age, that can thin out a lot of what you want to finish to look at. But regardless, if the quota system is going to be what destroys Colombia's industry, they're throttled by that. So it's really not helping them at all. Anyway.
There are some states in the U.S. that are ridiculous paperwork wise too, where you can't get things going. I know growers that guys that went to Michigan thinking they're going to be fine, and 3 years later they still don't have plants.
That's ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
way too much.
It is.
We had another question for Coot. It says, Coot, I've been feeding my worms compost I made. The finished castings are awesome looking. I'm glad I heard you say that you were doing that. Do you have any advice for someone just starting a worm compost bin?
Yeah, you have really two choices when you set up a vermiculture operation. You're either going to use aged manure, and that's to allow the vermicides that are given livestock to degrade, because they kill all worms, internal worms and mammals, as well as the soil worms. But I think the better way, if you're not real sure about your source, is to use thermophilic compost. Ramp it up to about 135, 140. That'll kill your pathogens. So you've got a known you've got a known product, and then you've got to go through a mesophilic, which can take several months, where you're rebuilding the microbial herd with nutrient-dense materials, and then run it through your worm bin. It takes me about 2 years, 4 months to go from compost to finished castings.
Wow.
So it's a very long. Well, yeah, it's just, the good things take a while. You can't make beer in an afternoon, so. And then I like to add nutrient-dense things like alfalfa meal, which is going to give you, you guys know all that stuff, but the wide range of secondary metabolites besides the macro and micro nutrient profiles. And what else do I like to do? Oh, and I start out when I make my compost, it's at that point I add the basalt or the granite rock dust. So it's there because those act as fungal anchors in your material. And I got that information from the people that basically, some of you would know Leubke, Leubke, the Leubke microbial controlled compost. It became the basis of work that Elaine Ingham later picked up. They've been around since the mid-50s, but check it out, it's worth it. It's how to really make really, really high quality compost. You're not going to ever be able to buy it on this level, ever. So yeah, Leubke, Leubke microbial controlled compost. So it fits right into I'm not a breeder, I'm a soil guy. I still grow the same strain, an F1 from 1984. So no big deal, a Thai, my favorite, and a Kandahar indica from some of the loads of hash that came in, back in the late 60s, early 70s. So
An Afghan, nice one.
Yeah.
Very nice one.
So, yeah, it's just, I guess I'd use the word pessimist about some of the claims made in the world of seeds, at least at the retail level. I'll just leave it at that. So
That's why it's nice to have two people that have been doing it, for a very long time, like yourself and Steve, that are here to help set the record straight. Both of you guys actually can talk from experience and have been around for 25, 30 years or more, that can actually
You've
help.
got some on me for sure.
well, the gentleman from BPS,
Yeah,
he
Brendon.
stated it quite eloquently at the very beginning of the broadcast, that in the days of the 60s and 70s, seeds was the last thing you gave a thought to. You were trying to get to the buds.
Yep.
And, get the party on. You put your seeds in a film container that went in someplace your mom or dad couldn't find, or hopefully, anyway.
Or in a little cup under a windowsill, then out into the woods we went. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's not structured like it is today. I mean, if somebody gave you something and said, "Yeah, it came from," it doesn't matter. Name a place.
Mhm.
The chances that was accurate was maybe 1 in 10. You know, it's just because the better story sells, right? So if you
Yeah,
got
well,
to
I mean,
move a lot of weed, of course it came from Santa Marta in Colombia, not down on the Ecuadorian border. You know what I mean?
right.
So you get the idea. I mean, BS is the hallmark of this sector of the cannabis. I mean, that's like, let's get honest here. I mean, that's like a huge part of it.
We had no way of knowing. It was all
No,
about the marketing and the presentation. You cracked it open. If it smelled good, you smoked it. It was just,
exactly.
right.
You know, and all I ever did was sell a lot of bulk. You know, you get fronts on a couple tons, and you got them for $1.50 a pound, and you fingerprint them for $50, and sell them in minimums of 10 pounds at a time. And you turn that load and you fly it to the guys in Detroit with too many vowels in their last name, and pay them off, and they move another load out to California for you. It wasn't all that complicated, you know.
Allegedly.
Huh?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Rumor has it it's been told that somehow people could make things go across borders and across state lines. I know nothing about it.
Yeah.
I see these paper planes once in a while in the air. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Well,
before
even
radar
in the
got good, there
California
was some great
desert.
flights coming down from Vancouver in the 90s. That was for sure.
Well, in the California desert, those, what do you call them? You set up lights with batteries and clips, and you don't turn the lights on until they hear the plane, and just the lights come on for a landing strip.
Mhm.
Drop down, boom, 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 and then you get the plane back up in the air, and then you're loading up all the stuff in your cars and racing across the desert to get to a city so you can mingle. Because it's kind of weird to see 8 cars in the desert at 3 in the morning, moving like a convoy on the Silk Road or something.
If you've ever been to Florida and you've seen the channel between Palm Beach and West Palm Beach,
Yeah.
in 1985, when I was down there visiting my cousins, I bought a T-shirt that said "Save the Bales," because the plane would fly right between there, 20 feet over the water, just drop the bales, and the speedboat would snag them to a pickup truck on the beach, and away they went into town to get cut up. And my cousin Dan and I used to hang out, wait to see if we'd get a hold of one while I was there. And they moved so fast. If you heard the plane, by the time you got outside and we were a block from the water, the truck was already speeding away.
Yeah. Sometime when you're really bored, and you would have to be, look at a map of the West Coast and look at where Tijuana is, and then go up the coast, and then within 200 miles, you got how many ports? You got San Diego, you got La Jolla, you got Dana Point, you got Newport, you got
Newport Beach,
there's just a pleasure boat, or whatever you call them, and some of the cigarette boats from Don Aranos and that whole scene down in Florida. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Exciting times.
Things have changed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to do things the right way, as Steve so eloquently put out. The paperwork is a pain in the ass, but not wanting to be audited or locked up ever again, I just try to do things the right way.
Hey, Steve,
The chat. Oh, I wanted to interrupt a moment. The chat asked what that compost that was mentioned, and I don't know how to write it, but how can people find out about that? I think that was for Jim.
Thermophilic?
No, like Lukey, was it?
Oh, Lukey. That's the family name. LEU.
Okay.
BKE, Lukey, microbial controlled. Those are the words in it. The article is written by Steve Diver, who used to work at ATRO, which was the agency at USDA that helped you move from conventional through transitional to final certified organic. And anyway, he wrote the article about this family, and they became the basis. They're really tied in with the whole, and I'm not promoting this, believe me. The biodynamic, because they're based in Austria, and that's where the biodynamic got started. The Demeter Group in Germany in the late 20s. So Rudolf Steiner and that whole dynamic. Pardon the pun. I didn't. Unintended pun, I guess I'd say. But that's the hardcore. That's the one. That's the one that. And I heard this from Steve himself, that he's the one that shared this with in the very, very early days with Miss Ingham down at Oregon State, and that became a key factor in her research relative to what eventually became known as the compost tea thing.
Very interesting. I'm actually going to, oops, sorry about that, head out. So I really appreciated being on the panel and talking with everyone here. And if you have any questions about IPM, then you can check out my YouTube channel or my Instagram account at SyncAngel. YouTube is Zenthanol, the same one I was commenting in. And I really appreciated the chat's questions. Thanks a lot, Steve, and Jim, and everyone here. Both Steves.
Have a good night, Matthew.
Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining. And for those of you that don't know, Matthew also did a wonderful presentation at the virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference, as did Breeder Steve and Brendon here as well. All of them did wonderful presentations, but he has a super cool hour-long presentation specifically on aquaponic cannabis pest management. So if you're specifically interested more on that particular topic, also check that out on the same channel and just go back, I don't know, a dozen or so video episodes, and you'll find it. Maybe a little bit more.
Hey, Steve, I had a question that came in from a friend of mine. Wants to know, what do you recommend for pest management for outdoor beginners? So grown indoors and moving outdoors and looking at the Oklahoma grow environment.
Oklahoma.
Tornado IPM and physical exclusion. Maybe that's mesh screens, maybe that's some sort of a covering or something, but the more you can shield yourself from the environment. Of course, I'm basically saying, how do you turn outdoor okay, turn it indoor? It's not quite what I mean, but that's my like small bit of information. And contact me if you need more help. I'm always available.
I actually thought you were taking off, but I was asking.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah,
no, I appreciate
for
it.
A moment.
You're the guru, man. We appreciate you sticking around to answer that.
Yeah, I agree with you. The right combo, tornado and hailstones works really good against
tornado and hailstones.
Yeah.
Got it. Knock them down. Take that. Awesome. Well, thank you. Steve, do you have any other IPM advice for Oklahoma?
So general IPM advice is aim everything at your high temperature stuff. So all of your beneficial insects, completely ignore anything that you would normally use in a cooler environment. None of them are applicable. Solely aim at high temperature stuff. So Californicus, assassin bugs, aureus, all of those guys are going to tolerate pretty much any temperature that you're going to deal with in Oklahoma. So they're all good. Stradiolaps, what's the ladybird for spider mites? That's also super heat tolerant.
Lacewing?
Swarovski, Neoswilla swarovskii is also more heat tolerant than a lot of the other ones. So long pipes would be another one that's pretty heat tolerant compared to the other beneficials. Avoid things like lacewings. They're not going to handle the heat well. They do not handle much above about 85, 86 degrees on a daily basis. If you're getting super high heat, just abandon them and move to aureus. Yes, they're more expensive, but they will actually survive the heat. They can be a really good replacement for that as a general. And then same thing with rove beetles. Rove beetles are also something that has a huge wide range of temperature range and actually will take the heat a little bit in a greenhouse setting. Breeder Steve actually is a great person to ask on the heat stuff. In fact, he actually has educated me quite a bit on different heat tolerant stuff. Certainly on the powdery mildew treatment on the high heat. I think you've spoken on that in the past. And then also welcome Jesse Olson. We'll get to you here in a moment after this question. But I think, Steve, you were the one that was telling me about heat treatment for powdery mildew, which I had never heard of before. Do you want to educate people a little bit about that?
I think I brought it up earlier again on this show too, but anyway, yeah, it was, I think it's 34 degrees Celsius and 34.2 or something like that, that is the upper range for mildew survival. So if you have a cool room, you're gonna have more problems with mildew. And often a cool room is not a bad thing, but what you need to do is at least hit it for 10 minutes. Like have the middle of your cycle, maybe the room goes up at noon, as it were, to 35, 36, holds it for 5 or 10 minutes, and have the temperature measured at the coolest spot in your room. So you know that you really got it. And if you can set the heater to hit that for 10 minutes every day, you'll suddenly find after a week or so that there's really no more mildew starting up. So you have to keep doing it while there's spores, right? So after you've done, say you did 10 days of treatment every day with it, then you could maybe just do it once a week and see that if it's holding. If that's not enough to hold it, start doing it every day again, but that's the non-chemical way to control powdery mildew, is just to beat it with heat.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. You were the first person to ever tell me about heat treatment. I heard it from mites and other things before, but I'd never heard it about powdery mildew. So I thought that was super cool.
Yeah. And even between crops, when you're doing, when you have to clean up, if you want to really limit your use of inputs, you can pasteurize the room. So pasteurization, you need a certain amount of temperature for a certain amount of time. So at 60 degrees Celsius, I believe you got to have it like that for 24 hours. Maybe it's 12 hours. I can't remember, but you can check a pasteurization chart for the temperature versus the time range. And then if you can put in heaters that you can just crank that room to like 60 for 24 hours, you don't need to spray anything. Everything in there is dead. That's with aquaponics, you don't want to do that. I never even clean up between the crops, as far as the wet spots, because I want all the good microbial action that's living there. It takes you 2 weeks to establish, but then it's there forever, kind of thing. And I had gardens run over 3 years where we never drained the reservoir, never washed the inside of the root zone. We just take the plants out of the rocks and shake them off, and just replant right in the rocks. So there was really, but I wasn't trying to meet today's, 50,000 colony forming units threshold and stuff like that. So I don't know for sure where they would have fallen on those things, but for all intents and purposes, it was enough to just replant them in the rocks that their last ones were growing in. I had them in oasis tubes for propagation, and then I would drop them into hydroton. But that same hydroton was in that same tray for years, like literally 3 years probably. There was a float valve on the aquarium that was set a third of the way or a quarter of the way down the side, and a quarter is what it used on every irrigation cycle through the sprayers. And if it dropped below what it usually put out, then this little trough float valve would just let in water. So it was a constant level aquarium that went up and down the top quarter, and when it returned, it would spray the water in. But they're so low maintenance. When you set up an aquaponic like that, that's the, aside from how clean everything tastes out of it, it is really, for me, the thing was, it's easy. I've got 2 herniated discs, and I hate lugging soil. I hate growing in pots. I'll do it. If I can only have a few pots around my pool in the backyard, I'm going to have a few pots around my pool in the backyard. But as far as the commercial setup, I want it so easy, because I can't stand lugging stuff around. I can't stand jugs of water, pots. I really prefer just having them grow in the rocks and then just taking the plant out and shaking the rocks off it. That's just so low muss and fuss. If I've got just little trays to take in and replant, that's fun. If you're doing something indoors wise or greenhouse wise, that's fun. but also I like just hopping on the tractor and hitting the field. You know, that's how I'd love to do it eventually. I mean, I used to have the vineyard, so you get used to spraying sulfur in the vineyard kind of thing. You get the vines could have, still have the potential to be a lot more resistant through genetics, but people are just growing the same vine cuttings they've had forever. Like there's hardly anybody planting, new Pinot Noir from seed and making selections that are more mildew resistant, that don't need to be sprayed with sulfur as often, because they're still growing the same cuttings that they had several hundred years ago.
Steve, do you remember about, well, it probably started maybe 40 years ago, a couple of products. One, they do the same thing, Dosatron and Dosamatic, the non-electric, run by water pressure, and you have a unit with a dongle, and that goes into your...
the Venturi systems.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Those are just two of the brand names. I knew them. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I drove by a farm today, and it had a sign out there that he was a Dosatron distributor or whatever. And then I flashed on, in cannabis, something started a few years ago with blue mats, which are probably wonderful for a personal grow, but I couldn't even imagine doing like a real outdoor setup using blue mats when Dosatron is so straightforward. Huh?
What are blue meds?
Blue mats is a system. They were developed in Israel, and then later a company in Austria bought them. And it's BLUMAT, and it's a cone, ceramic cone that goes into the soil.
Okay.
And kind of like the hola from Brazil. Is that what they're called? The hola. So you put the ceramic unit with the water in the lid, and you put it down into the soil, and it emits through the sides. It's unglazed.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I do remember having some of those. I didn't use them very long, but I just had a couple samples. I think I was given at a hydro show or something. But I know exactly the things. I can't say. I think for like house plants, if you're going on holidays or something, they're a good thing. I don't think I'd want to set up my crop around them though. It's too finicky. That's too horticulture, and I'm aiming for agriculture.
Good. Well, the reason I was asking is that I help and have for several years people outdoors down south near the California border, and they like growing in 800-gallon smart pots.
Okay.
And they'll keep that soil for 4 or 5, and it is my soil mix, so I feel pretty good about that.
Cool.
But they'll run that soil for 4 or 5 years, and with only some minor issues with relative to trace elements, boron, molybdenum, and that can be easily, that's a nothing burger kind of thing. Yeah. But again, I hate using this term, but it truly is a living soil. The microbial levels are off the chart because it was built that way, and then it's maintained that way. And so, you get a dynamic going, and just take care of it. Do some cover crops over the winter, some winter like hairy vetch or one of those, and you're good to go in spring. Pop in your rooted cuttings, and off to another land. Magic carpet ride.
It's great seeing those huge plants they grow in those 400 gallons. That kills me.
Well, since you're an experienced grower, you'll know I'm not BSing. In an 800-gallon pot with the right, somebody knows what they're doing, right? Not playing silly games. Yeah, getting 7, 8, 9 pounds is not.
Oh yeah,
it's not a big deal.
Above 20 even. I've never grown them that big in that in climate, but I know that if you were paying for a plant tag, some of the licensing places, you'd pay your tax with a plant tag, like how many plants you're allowed to have.
Right.
So I think that's how it started, where people are like, we got to grow these huge because it's like a $10 tax for every plant before you even plant. So I think that influenced that movement to the monsters. But I did see plants from a long time ago that were humongous plants, like historic photos of ones in Mexico that were from the 70s that were that big. And then a guy in the mid 90s, he'd bought my sweet skunk and grew it outside Palm Springs. And he sent me back pictures of these things too, that had garden hose running all day long to every plant. Like he had a whole mountain snake with uni line and then a garden hose running to each of these trees. And they were like 18 feet, you know. And in Canada, you know, you don't even think about trying to grow plants that big. That, you know, unless they're in a greenhouse or something, it's not that common. But people are pushing it now that they're open and you're allowed 4 plants in most provinces, not all, but in most provinces you're allowed 4 plants. So of course people are going to try and grow the biggest 4 plants they can in the summer, you know. So it's before we were trying to hide them, so you didn't want big plants.
Right.
You just wanted to tuck down and stay in.
You especially wanted to hide them from the local high school kids in your neighborhood. That's for sure.
Right. That's right.
But the what's interesting in Oregon is if you're commercial, I'm not. I'm just a personal. A personal like me, I can grow 4 plants. I don't need paperwork, nothing. 4 plants and
at home that's the same for me too.
So, but when you're commercial, it's by square foot. So the small license is 20,000 square feet, just not quite a half acre. And then the big license is 40,000 square feet. Well, if you're doing 800-gallon pods, man, you're dancing.
The vertical space in there.
Yeah. So I got to ask you, are you the one, when I got my card like 12 years ago or something, this one group here in Portland, the buzz where you could legally exchange cuts or seeds or whatever, you know, because we all had our medical card thing. And sweet pink grapefruit, do you remember that name?
Yeah. That's one I named. I named.
All right.
Yeah.
I grew that. Yeah, about 2009, 2010, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really old clone. If it was the same clone, it's a very old clone. That's pretty neat. And then,
Cool. That was a really nice plant.
The kind of sweet, did it taste like sweet pink grapefruit? And
Yeah, it was, because I like Thai. I'm really a big fan of citrus flavors anyway. I know this is unpopular, but you can, I don't mean you in that sense, I mean in the collective you can take all those indicas and send them back, and I'll even pay you some of the airfare just to help out, you know. It's the only, in my opinion, the main reason they were introduced was canopy control. Because if you go back and look at all the strains that were famous from, say, 1974, starting with Panama Red, Colombian, Thai, Mexican, Caribbean, they're all sativas, right? It was the guys up in California, Northern California. You know, if we got some of those indicas, man, we could keep this canopy down. My opinion, but I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, sure.
Guys came back from Vietnam with Afghan, and Afghan was on the East Coast, and then sour diesel and stuff all happened up, you know, in New York where I grew up. We used to get Panama Red, Maui Wowie, Colombian Gold, Thai Stick. I'm talking 76, 77, 78 at that point. Yeah. The sativas, but we could get the Afghan in there too. Then
it was weird how it like just swapped around too, because then sour diesel like migrated to the West Coast. So from like, you know, 98 to like 2002, that was like what everybody grew outside. And like a lot of people I know in Humboldt and areas like that, it really kind of took over again. So it's just interesting how they sort of traveled through all of those, you know, allegedly channels of communication back and forth, like we talked about. It really was a, you know, global network of distribution that was self-sustaining. So pretty cool how all those things just kind of travel around, and you know, people have similar tastes across the country. Eventually, once it gets into one little market and somebody goes, hey, this is great, and then it kind of spreads there, and it's fun to watch sort of strains pop up in different areas especially here in Southern Oregon now, we have a lot of breeders running a lot of different stuff. So it makes for a lot of fun to sort of track them and do seed swaps. I know Steve has been involved in, I don't know if Dragonfly has been on tonight. I know I've only been here for part of the time, but they're big on seed swapping and the regenerative, what was the name of it, Steve? The regenerative.
Regenerative, but their particular one is the Dem Pure certification.
Dem Pure, that's right. And so they love doing local seed swaps and, you know, promoting breeding in local areas. And I think that's really cool to sort of.
Sorry about that.
You can just tell me to shut up if you want, Steve. You don't have to.
I was trying to mute Coot, and he muted himself, and then I accidentally muted you because you bumped up on the queue on the side panel because it's queued up based on whose mic is live. So I apologize.
All right. It's all good. Anyway, I was just saying it's cool how they encourage local breeders to work together and do seed swaps so that people in similar geographic areas can do that. I'm being invaded by a toddler.
So I wanted to give a quick shout out here. Jessie has joined us here from Jelly Bomb. She's actually the lady that does all of our awesome merchandise and all of our t-shirts and stuff for the conference, for virtual aquaponic cannabis conference, and for just some cool stuff that she makes for her locals, other things in Alberta. I'll let her speak for herself on what she wants to share on what she's doing up there, but she does a bunch of work for us in terms of helping us, and then I know she's working on getting a bunch of additional services for other breeders and stuff like that to be able to make their own type of similar thing, because there isn't a lot of people that kind of service the cannabis industry specifically. In fact, a lot of people specifically will avoid you if you have cannabis breeder merch. So she's going to help fill that void here for us. So I'll let you take it away here, Jessie, for a minute.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm very nervous to be on a video with anyone because I'm anyways, yes, I am the creative Jelly Bomb, and Steve and I have been collaborative on a few projects in the last few years. I'm not very good at speaking publicly to anyone or anything like that, but we have had lots of discussions about collaborating on a niche marketing platform. I guess I could say, just tell you about myself or say anything, would be that I live in Medicine Hat, Alberta, Canada. I was raised in Saskatchewan. Medicine Hat is the sunniest city in Canada, and we had the largest grow op scheduled to be built here 2 years ago, and it actually lost like $700 million when the government decided to take over cannabis industry. So my friend is actually selling that building, and her commission is $320,000 if she sells the building. She's got 2 weeks. Anyways, basically, Medicine Hat's a sunny city in Canada. It's called Hell's Basement because we sit on one of the largest natural gas reserve, one of them in the world. So that's where, I guess, Steve, you could relate living in Oklahoma. It's like, yeah, oil and gas and whatever. But my sister and I created this platform. I've done promotional marketing, graphic design. I have a degree, fine arts degree, and a degree in visual communications. I've done international marketing, design, merchandising for, I don't even want to admit how many years, probably almost 20. I've recently, that was all like under the table, like design rat work. Now I've collaborated with the right people, and I've started a platform. So I started a platform. It's doing well, but I've recently decided to take over my own operations and printing. So that would give me a lot more room to, help out industries that need fundraising or collaborative ideas visually, it's my intention to own all the parts of the operation so that I can make a product for less money. I can control, like if I can have like organic material, or, you know, like right now I'm paying everyone else to do that and I'm just eliminating that. I'm going to take it over. And Steve and I have collaborated on a lot of ideas as far as, you know, there's a need in the marketplace for you guys to all have a visual representation and share ideas and buy each other and support each other. And now that if I'm printing, I have a lot more room to play with that sort of profit margin that I didn't have before. So I'm very excited to, Canada actually doesn't have a lot of print on demand printers. You know, where you can walk in a store and be like, I need this one hat made with this one guy's thing. I can be like, click, print, see ya. Versus now it's like, you know, you have to pay so much of a setup fee, and a minimum order of whatever, 200 things. So, I mean, as far as like you guys organizing and the conferences and talks and that kind of thing, like I think there's a need in the marketplace for representation as far as merchandising. I mean, obviously I have to start small because it costs a lot of money to start what I'm doing, but I have a solid plan and 2 years of graphic fashion design experience now. So I'm excited to collaborate with, you know, Steve, we have lots of cool ideas, and other people, I have, just too many ideas actually to even explain most of the time. But
I'm known for a soil mix that's called the Coot's mix. So I was thinking like the Coot mix, more than a bag of dirt, you know, and
oh, cool. Like your slogan.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't sell it. I mean, I just tell people how to make it. You know, I'm not a market.
I don't have to make it. I just have to take your more than a bag of dirt and give you some
Oh,
cool visual.
no, what I meant is that it's not a commercial thing. It was just a fun thing online. And it kind of grew into its own, or morphed into this monster. So
that is commercial though. So you
yeah, but yeah, I was thinking, looking at. By the way, I came on because I used to have a business during the heyday of carved glass, and so I did a lot of restaurant and commercial work. I wanted to tell you how much I admired the samples that you put up on the screen to share. You're quite talented. Very nice work indeed.
Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, and she's helped out with a couple of other cannabis people here to help them get their merchandise out there, and we'll be working with her more in the future and some other cool projects. So appreciate what you're doing, and you've done a lot of work to help get some aquaponic education out there to some remote parts of Alberta as well, and appreciate what you're doing and all the cool work that you're working on. So thanks a lot.
Some great shirts, nice design.
Thank you.
Well, what other? Let me jump back into the chat here. Someone asked, when can people expect to start getting your cuts there, Steve?
Well, the place that's going to be distributing them is expecting its license within the month, and everything is standing by. So it's basically however many months it takes them to propagate them and start selling them. It could be just a few months, you know, that ideally it should be just a few months, then the cuts will be available throughout Canada. So you guys might have to come for a visit and send a test tube home to wherever you live, you know, because you'll be able to get test tube genetics basically, right? You get the.
If I come down to Colombia, I don't know if I'm ever gonna leave. You have, in fact, someone else was asking in chat about. Someone said something about you having Cayman in your grow, and then like thought I was offended because I didn't respond. You actually do have Cayman in your grow. Do you wanna mention that real quick and what kind of the aquaponic work that you're doing? Because you really are working on kind of a scale that kind of dwarfs everything else.
It's pretty fun. That is a work in progress, that reservoir. So the reservoir is about a year and a half old now. Approximately, I forget actually, but I think it's about a year and a half old now, and maybe closer to 2. I'd have to check back, but it was 3 million liters. It covers 1.5 hectares. And there's a floating pump station in it so that when the level goes down, you know, that it can be at one of the deep ends, because it's, you know, shallower to the sides and then deeper to the middle. But we'd stocked it with red and black tilapia, but also, you know, from the local rivers in the nearby Marichal. We have the Marichal are like the oasis in the plains there, and that it's like wherever there's a wet spot, you get a ring of moriche palms, which just grow around the Marichals. So that's, but you get caimans and that. So they've migrated into our pond. So there's actually a pair of them that live there, and they eat most of our tilapia, more than we eat, that's for sure. But I'm gonna do a lot more with aquatic plants in it, because it looks a little bare right now, and it needs more hiding spots, because I see predatory birds as well picking off the fish because they're pretty wide open, you know. So that is almost a blank canvas still, that pond. I mean, it's getting used right now, but it's not at its potential. Whereas nearby where I have my commercial or personal patch, the pond is very old and established, and it's really richly stocked with fish, like enough that people just go harvest them with a net on Sunday to fill up a net of fish to eat, right? So that water in the rainy season, the pond overflows, and there's a spill off there for it, and the water gets quite clear. But in the drier season, which is most of the year, the pond water gets so concentrated and green, it looks like a shamrock shake. And I grow my personal plants with nothing but that water. I don't do anything else for them. I don't dig a hole. I don't put compost, no burnt wood, no nothing. Just that green water that comes out of that pond is enough to keep them in perfect health, right? So I love how easy that is. It gets back to that, you know, whereas aquaponics is an easier thing if it's set up well, and that's not a return closed loop system, which I would really think of as aquaponics. It's just using pond water in a field, you know. It's the most basic thing. But if the water's rich, you know, you don't need anything else but that.
In fact, I was just talking to Coot about, in fact, Coot has brought this up a couple of times about how we've talked about on different episodes of other shows over on Fumidor and the Flavors about how terpene expression really comes down to stimulating the plant's immune system. You know, plants make terpenes because of environmental stimuli, right? It doesn't matter if it's UV, temperature, insects, molds, fungi, soil bacteria, whatever. It's some type of environmental factor, and then they produce those terpenes in order to defend themselves against those different environmental factors, whatever they may be. So the more of those different stimuli that you can put on the plant that are non-pathogenous, the more terpene levels you're going to have and the better tasting cannabis you're going to have across the board, which also translates into disease resistance and insect resistance and to a healthier, better plant for me to grow in a larger scale crop. And I would love to hear your thoughts on that, just from that perspective, because Coot and I have talked about it quite a bit on a different show.
Well, the compounds that protect the plant that it generates to protect itself are called phytoalexins. And THC is a phytoalexin. And when THC is removed from the plant, as gene editors have done with Colorado hemp, and they made THC null varieties, which have lost the genetic capability of producing THC synthase. They can't do it anymore. So those GMO plants, which are out there right now, they have been getting decimated by grasshoppers, because apparently the THC is the only thing slowing them down. Even if it's 0.2%, the blocks of hemp asida in these test fields that have 0.2% hemp, they're okay with the grasshoppers. You get to the THC null varieties, the zero THC, the grasshoppers go through like a biblical plague of locusts. So and THC, that's just one example. There's all these terpenes do repel something or attract something. So, I mean, I've seen some plants, obviously the sweetest plants, and one of the things is you can pretty much follow the mites to the sweetest plant in the garden. They are all over the sweetest plants and they will go straight to them. So they can help you find those. But there's other ones that have like those pungent acrid terps that they don't find any appeal in those plants. They don't like that smell. So I really get a kick out of finding sometimes the bugs are led to the plants I would choose myself. And then sometimes I find a plant that they just won't touch. And I think that's got value too. You know, both things I'm happy to find.
Well, I've even had a customer. I had a consulting customer. Sorry about the dog in the back, but I had a consulting customer a while ago that had specifically pineapple terpenes, and the thrips were just eating the pestils off the plants. They weren't touching the leaves. They weren't touching any other part of the plant. They were just eating all the pestils off. And I thought, man. And in the right type of situation, that might actually be beneficial because it would prevent pollination, right? So like you could actually train the local thrip population to like do your anti-seed control. So, you know, it just kind of got me thinking into some wacky ideas that were maybe more in the realm of Dr. Seuss, but certainly strange under the realm of observation. I have video of that, you know, where they ignore everything else but just that part of the leaf, the flower structure, I'm sorry, in terms of feeding on it. And I just thought that was so bizarre. It's certainly one of the stranger things that I've seen.
And the people that grow for the community shows on the weekend, farmers market. The term used to be called truck farming. Now they call them market growers. And I learned something from one of the more successful in that group. They grow a wide variety of vegetables, a wide variety. And mites here are an incredible problem because of the nursery industry. We've been growing nursery plants for 140 years, and these plants came from all over the world, so everybody took a ride. And but legumes, especially lima beans, intersperse those in your vegetable garden, and the mites will decimate them. And to a large extent, if you're feeding them, the plants you really value, because I don't think anybody values lima beans, but that's a joke. But anyway, so like your berries and stuff like that gets less impacted. How's that? It's not a complete thing, but it's it's a step in the right direction. That makes sense.
We have Dutch Blooms joining us. Thanks a lot for joining us, Josh.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Good to see you. Happy 420, Josh.
Happy 420, man.
Yeah.
How you been?
Good to see you.
You're growing the mop out, I see.
A little bit, not much. I think
I thought you were talking to Coot.
goes.
Oh. Now you're being mean. Happy 420 to everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Awesome. What have you been growing these days? I'm sure you've been cooking up all kinds of cool stuff over there.
I've been cooking shit for sure. You see my recent post yesterday?
I did. I didn't mean it in that context. I was gonna allow you to exclude that if you chose to.
No, I like to go ahead and wrap myself out when I fuck up. It's okay. You guys will can pick at me. It's okay, but shit happens. So there's a treatment for a pest called a heat treatment. I've heard different people use different protocols, different temperatures. And I've actually done this at least over a dozen times over the last couple of years, where I've taken the greenhouse up to 140, 130. It's really hard to get to 140. Usually between 120 and 130 for a couple hours, and the plants love it, as long as they're watered really well, and it knocks down some of the pathogens, the bugs and stuff, if they can get them. What's that?
You kill broad mites that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
broadmates and aphids. I was trying to explode. Well, I was trying to explode russets and aphids specifically. And anyways, in this instance, like I said, I've done this 12 times. I had all my parameters covered. I have a computer controlled greenhouse. You know, the our root zone was cool. Water. I have a moisture meter, and I lost the top 6 to 8 inches of my plants. I went in there at 115. It was 120 degrees, and everything was looking great. Went outside, was hanging with the family. Came back an hour and a half, maybe hour 45 later. Top 6 inches gone ski. Just this, like, looks like you took a blowtorch. Just
Yeah.
You know, the plants are gonna be fine. They're gonna live 2-3 weeks. I'll be just back to where I was, you know, probably with more sites. So it's, you know, but I had to post the picture because it was just like, what the fuck, man? You know, I've done this before, and you know, people have all sorts of theories. I don't know, but it was a royal fuck up either way.
There's a fine line of time wise where you just gotta.
And that was the lesson that I learned. It was in the past. I've been in there, and so I'm watching, and you know, and in this instance, I took the break and was distracted, hanging out with my family, and I should have been in there. I would have noticed the signs.
The leaves tell you, they start doing. You're like,
Right.
Gotta go. Yeah.
So. I just think I'm a very, like I said, experienced at this technique, experienced in a lot of gardening techniques, and I failed miserably. And I think it's just a good lesson for everyone to, like, stay on your game, you know, and try to relax and take a breath and think about everything. And, you know,
They don't take vacations. They don't want you to either.
Yeah, but I've been growing a lot of stuff, man. I was just actually, hot tubbing it and doing my traceability, which is like my way to kind of like calm myself down when I have to do something I hate. And I got close to 500 root beer clones going right now of the GMO root beer. So I'm pretty excited about that for this season.
Okay, I unmuted myself. Hello, Josh.
Oh, hey, how's it going, Jesse?
Good. I'll let you keep going. I just want to say hi.
Oh, I was just fucking bullshitting. So yeah.
I'm not familiar with this podcasting. This is my first go. I've never been on anything like this, so it's kind of
Just come
interesting.
in your pajamas. It's all cool.
I'm like pressing all the buttons. Steve's like, quit unmuting yourself and muting yourself. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I just want to say, hey, cheers.
Cheers.
Happy 420.
What are you drinking? Some wine? I got a little two to mango from Cultivation IPA.
Oh, I have my favorite. It's Chilean. You know, all Chilean wine is organic, even if it says so or not. Yeah.
Really?
And it's so yummy. It's my favorite. Or Argentine. Yeah.
Argentine.
I have the
She's like upstairs in the
Twisted tea. You're gonna smash someone in the face with your twisted tea.
the ghetto weapon of champions. Twisted tea. Also good if you're a glutard, can't handle gluten. It's like a good fallback. It's like
Nice.
a beer-ish.
Sweet.
In fact, Breeder Steve, you actually have a vineyard and all kinds of wine and stuff like that. You had some amazing wine the last time. In fact, I believe it was 2 or 3 years ago on this very day that we were together having.
That's true. It was the big Vancouver 420 when Cypress Hill was there, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
That was the one. That's when we met.
Beautiful sunset.
But yeah, I don't have the winery anymore. I sold it off a couple of years ago, actually. And I was away half the year setting up farms and totally back into cannabis, and was like, we don't need to do both anymore. This is enough, you know. So 15 years I did it, and really had a lot of fun. There's a parallel universe of flavorful intoxicants, you know, where you're growing something, but you know, it's the growing and then it's the post-harvest, what you do with it as well. So I mean, there's so much in common with them both because they're, you know, aromatic endeavors, and there's a lot more complexity in cannabis than wine, even for aromatic compounds and that. So it's really, you know, I'm stoked to be back to the cannabis, and the wine is pretty regulated too, but it's not quite as bad. It's still a pain sometimes with all the regs, but it was was a good learning experience, and I did a certified organic as well. So that was a lot of fun to show that you could do real nice quality organic wines, because a lot of people were of the mind that, you know, organic wine isn't good wine, but it can be some of the best wine. It's, you know, neither here nor there, actually. So there's good and bad wine that's organic or non-organic. Just like with herb, you know, it doesn't mean it's great because it's organic. It could be, you know, it has the potential to be great.
Amen.
Doesn't
organic is
necessarily mean it will be.
Organic is much better because they don't put sulfates and nitrates and all that stuff in there. And so doesn't make your head hurt the next day if it's organic, I find.
Yeah, there's
That
lower
stuff's
level of sulfates
terrible.
allowed, very low levels, but
Mhm.
there's so much. I think it's almost more with the fungicides they spray in the vineyard and stuff. Like there's all kind of things that could be that are giving you the headache. And with some people, it's really just the tannins, you know, that they get the headache from red wine in general because, you know, and it's a histamine. So there's a lot of things that can make people react to it and are not always sure why, because they'll say, if they think it's the sulfites and you realize, can you drink orange juice? Well, there's like 10 times more sulfite in the orange juice than in the wine, right? So it's not always what people think is getting them a headache. You know, it's probably just the tannins or something. Anyways, it was a great learning experience. You know, it was kind of like a sabbatical from cannabis, because when I studied it, you know, I'd go into formal training for sensory evaluation and that. And I mean, everything you learn in that course is applicable to judging cannabis, you know, and maybe even making up better score sheets and stuff like that, and randomized number sheets for the samples. So you don't just call them number 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got books of randomized 4-digit numbers. So it's like 6, 4, 2, 8 and 7, 1, 8, 9. And so they just mean nothing. So you don't think of like an A to Z where you think A is better or 1 is better than 3, because it's just automatic that you're going to think that. So when you do the blind tastings and everything is numbered, you use this book that has the art of, you know, the randomized number sampling. And it's pulled out anything that would be like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 would never make it into that book, you know? So it's kind of fun, like the little things that people haven't quite got to in judging cannabis competitions yet, where you can already see that in wine. And I think you'll see a lot more of that. And there's so much crossover potential there. They're both creatures of terroir, and, you know, they're aromatic, flavorful intoxicants, and they represent their regions. You know, there's so much in common, you know, more in common than there's not. So I laugh too, you know, because you know, I would say my ganja geek friends and my cork dork friends, and some of them are the both. Some of them are both cork dorks and ganja geeks, and a lot of potheads are attracted to pot because of the complexities of the aromas in that, and they love the sensory enjoyment, and they often are the same people that get into wine. And so a lot of the parties, you know, there was a good, you know, 10-20% of all the winemakers are out smoking pot or hash and growing some in their vineyards, and so there's a lot of overlap there. And then of course you've got some that are ganja geeks that are totally anti-alcohol. That's only good for cleaning your bong, you know. And then you've got some on the wine side too that just think, oh, weed smoking, so, you know, stay class A or whatever. But you've got a good mix of people in the middle that appreciate both, and I think that's a fun spot to be, you know.
Can I ask a question? I've actually just was starting to message around, and anyone in here might be able to answer this. It's sort of related to the topic, but beer terps, yeast terps, or bread terps. Like, where have you guys seen, what cultivars, you know, have you seen those kind of flavors coming from? I want to go down that road, and I'm kind of not sure where to start. You know, I've had some of that and some of the cookie stuff, but I want to go, you know, back farther and you know, yeah. So
what I would recommend is, I got into the habit of looking at yeast catalogs the same way we look at seed catalogs, right? So what you want to do is study the fermentation aromas that are given off from different yeasts at different temperatures with different nutrient environments, different pHs. You know, there's a lot of factors that influence what the yeast, how it'll behave. But the yeast catalogs, they describe the yeast like if you're looking at a seed catalog for cannabis or tomatoes or anything else. You know, there's a good description for what kind of characteristics you can expect out of that.
Well, no, what I was asking was what cannabis varieties to go in to find those flavors.
I can offer you one. About 6 years ago, I started using malted barley in the soil, and because that's what bakers use, called diastatic malt, to enhance the performance of the yeast, which is a single-celled fungi. So I postulated, well, what if we put it in the soil? Would it, because what we're talking here are enzymes, specifically important ones like urase, phosphatase, protease, chitinase, amylase. And barley has both alpha amylase and beta amylase. It's the only grain that does. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that if you found something that leaned in that direction, as far as a seed or a plant or what have you, this method might enhance those profiles, that's all. Even if it doesn't, it's going to make your plant explode with wonderful growth because of what it does to the soil root zone. So
yeah, no, we've talked about it. I've kind of been on that train for a minute, and I'm doing about every turn I apply 3 bags of malted barley.
Good for you.
Yeah, and I got a little grinder, so I crack it. It's not a grinder, it's a mill. I mill it here. Yeah, and they mow it up and they love it. And I did find, I did a big sift of a cherry pie, and I found a couple in there that had that were bread leaning.
Oh, good.
And I'm sure that influenced it. But I was just kind of the other day, I just kind of hit me. I was like, where is that? Where's the lineage coming from that's influencing all that? Kind of there's not a whole lot of bread out there.
Well, if you're interested. The yeast that's used to make beer is the very same yeast used to do bread. And the linkage between brewing and bread baking goes back millennia, because most people didn't have ovens, so you had to take it to a place that did have it. You would bring the dough, the bread ready to bake, and they'd bake it while you're in church, and then you pick it up on the way home, kind of thing. But so those are really, and that was the first plant the human race domesticated was barley. So we have this long linkage, at least, even in Asia, and we have this long human and plant linkage with barley going back probably 11,000 years. So it's kind of profound when I think about it, it seems really profound.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And beer really saved the human race because the beer wasn't made like to party kind of thing, but it purified the water. Right. And that's what's killed most humans in the history of the world is bad water. So this was a self-preservation function that they learned. The alcohol came later,
I love beer. I'm Canadian. Cheers.
Beer's good. This
There's
is one of
nothing better than craft beer right now. There's nothing better.
Craft beer and poutine.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. And talking design. Sorry, but Steve's got me doing some cool design in Oklahoma, which is amazing. But the Canadian side of the design is so fucking terrible. Like you don't even want to do it. There's no fun. Like you get a package that's like 8 pounds of plastic for 1 gram of weed, and you get like the size of your thumbnail to put your logo on or have any fun in the design. Meanwhile, the Canadian craft beer industry design is like the funnest fucking shit I've ever seen. It's the most fun, most innovative art, the most original art and stuff coming out in craft beer design is so fun to design. So being able to do that stuff for you on the US side was so fun because like in Canada, like we're
Limited.
basically making government labeling.
Hmm.
It's so boring and that's not what I'm about. Like I'm an artist. Like I don't even want to waste my time doing that here. I'd rather like, pursue design opportunities. Well, in the cannabis industry, all over the world, there's the sickest graphic design. In Southern Alberta right now, no fun. But anyways, I don't know. I don't know what to say, but
Yeah, Africa was the same way. You couldn't have any advertising whatsoever.
was it just like a big fat warning label like you're gonna die if you consume this? That's kind of how Canada's labeling is. It's terrible, even though it's super helpful to people, but
It's really exciting as I mean, as the U.S. is approaching federal legalization or decriminalization or whatever ends up happening. Everyone is just like talking and excited. I'm excited about all those possibilities. And that's like what you're talking about. I see becoming a reality. The big money is going to hop in and it's going to give us small guys the ability to differentiate and to do that stuff where we can work with our artist friends and do limited release packaging, that has, their art and, collab type shit. And,
art is so big. Like art is so big. Like in Alberta, there's no art. You go to Vancouver or whatever on the coast, and for some reason, like they haven't shut any of them down because their culture has already been there for 10 years. Like there's, no one's going to shut that down. But the art is there and they're allowed to like do things that other provinces aren't allowed to do. But the artwork is sick. You go there and it's like, God, like I've done a few craft beer labels and it's so fun because there's no rules. It's like, well, like, do you have to put a warning on this? No, because alcohol is like, fuck yeah, it's Alberta. Let's sell alcohol. They don't care what you put on the label. But now it's like cannabis. There's like no, it's like you are having poison now. And this is your thumbnail area to put fun artwork on. But
What was the
it'll
name
change. I mean,
what was the name of your website again? I forgot to ask you that the last time you were when we plugged your site.
me?
Yep. Jelly.
Jellybomb.com. So JELLIBOMB.com. And then the Aquaponics cannabis stuff is under the partners products with us. Once I take over my own printing and operations, there could be some fun collaborative things happening. So thank you for having me, Steve. You guys are awesome. And I loved meeting so many of you. And like, yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to actually go because my kids are playing Minecraft and they're eating cake and I have to leave. Okay. Love y'all. See ya.
Have a great night.
Hey, good night. Nice work again.
Peace.
Bye, Jesse.
See ya, buddy. See ya.
Cheers.
Guys, I think I'm going to get rolling too.
Cool.
And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your 420. And thanks for having me out once again.
Great talking to you.
It's great
Yeah,
talking
you
and meeting
too.
you, Steve.
Good stuff, man.
Likewise, and we'll do it
Later,
again.
Steve.
All right, have a good night.
I might be moving to Ecuador at the end of the year, so we'll be neighbors.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We
So
can sell our, not if, but we could sell our house here and go buy a mansion on the Montevita Beach, one of the best surfing spots on the entire Pacific West Coast.
So you're going to go surfing?
I grew up in Huntington Beach and
Oh,
all
wow.
that, and yeah, so.
So what cultivars do you look forward to growing if you do make the move? What would you switch to in terms of cultivars?
I don't know, probably something. Yeah,
You're going to go Thai. You're going to go sativas. That's what you're going to do.
Oh, sure. Oh, that part. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah. I'll tell you, the first time I smoked Thai I was a real young man. And, we had the stuff that came in, from Panama and some really good Mexican, like Guerrero Green and Oaxaca Spears. And, it wasn't garbage. There was garbage, yeah, but there was really good weed. But the first time that I took a Thai stick and put it up to my nose, and I went, "My God, what is this?" And then you know the rest. I mean, you couldn't even smoke a bowl because
No, it's too much.
You weren't even initiated to that level of
No.
effect,
Partial
and
puff.
it was just knock you on your ass in a good way, not.
Put a smile
on
on
the
your
couch
face, but you weren't
eating
getting anything
cookies.
done that day.
No, no, not at all. It was not a great
No.
motivational
So
strain.
put on music and sit back because that's what was
Yeah.
going to happen.
Yeah. And it was amazing. It just swept the country. And of course, then the knockoffs were coming in from Mexico. Really shitty looking pre-cartel, but still they were getting it down to, like, okay, you shift with the Americans and you change your.
They don't care. They just want weed.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, but it was there for about a year, maybe a year and a half. It was pretty exciting times in the imported cannabis scene. Because to speak of, there wasn't really any of any size. I mean, there were guys, growing, a few plants, but nothing like for wide distribution. That would come a few years later. The 80s saw that.
Yeah, the 70s, it was coming in. And
Yeah.
you bought your packs or quarter pounds, whatever you could get your
There
hands
you go,
on.
exactly. And you took some seeds and you planted them and you went, wow, this is great. It might have been the worst weed in the world, but when you're growing your own
Yeah,
and it's illegal, there's that, what do you
Yeah.
call it?
little spark to it, little thrill.
Yeah, there's a thrill to it, so it didn't have to be good, probably in the whole scheme of things.
Mm.
And then when they started moving seeds to Hawaii,
Yes, that was coming in good. That's years later already, though.
well, yeah, that started in Vietnam because a lot of guys would get R&R, and you get a couple of weeks off, so you go meet your family or wife, whatever, in Hawaii, and you brought some, weed with you. And I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't weed there before because there was always like that, what do you call it?
Maui Wowie.
Bohemian
Yeah.
thing going on, and Hawaii was a place where,
Hippies.
well, even before the hippies, I'm talking like the beats, back in the 50s, Kerouac and that crew, and William Burroughs, and the people that turned American society on its head in more ways than
Rose, yeah.
And the effects lasted. That's where the word, beatnik came from the beats, the writers and artists and whatever. A whole new, different perspective. They were really steeped heavily in Zen Buddhism too. That was their big identifiers. That most of them were self-proclaimed Zen Buddhists. So
Pacifists and
yeah, exactly. And that really gave birth to the hippie thing in the 60s, where those folks that laid the groundwork, the literature, the artwork, Ginsberg and, some really heavy thinkers, man. Where are they at today, kind of deal. But I don't know. I better shut up and get into trouble, but.
no, just telling the truth. It's a different world for sure.
No, that's why I like living in Oregon, is because we have the highest per capita number of bookstores of any city in North America. And so, like, you can go into a bookstore at 11 o'clock on a Friday night, and the place is jammed, and sipping coffee, and they got a stack of books, and they're going through them, and they're cool with it. It's really laid back. You go into the bookstore and say you're looking for this book with this title. Okay, they'll have that, of course. And then there might be 4 or 5 used copies in different grades. So if you're just going to use it for research or something, you can grab the one that's not so good for a couple. But there's that kind of a community thing about getting as many books into people's hands as possible that I find refreshing.
Yeah, that's a rare thing these days anywhere else.
Yeah, it's a cool place to live. It really is. Yeah, I moved up here 33 years ago. Glad I did. got out of the California rat race. So.
Have you, Coot, can I ask you a question about maybe a rabbit hole question
Sure.
about worm composting?
Oh, absolutely.
You've sparked me on that a couple times. We've never really gone down that hole. So if you wouldn't mind sharing your thoughts, I'd love to hear them.
Okay. Well, the advantage to using castings is that all of the elements, macro and micronutrients, are bioavailable. You want to use the word chelated, whatever blows your hair back. So, and it's also really an effective way to get rid of agricultural waste, either with compost that you created or manure. Now, and it doesn't really matter. A combination is very, very good of manure and compost. Because what you're wanting is microbial activity, because worms don't have teeth. They don't have a stomach. So they don't eat anything. What they do is they suck up bacterial slime, which is their manure, and through enzyme action inside of their digestive tract, and it's only a handful of worms that create castings, they produce castings instead of worm manure. And so when you set it up correctly and don't dick with it, you're going to get a massive level of microbial activity. Now, one thing to consider is it is bacteria driven, probably like 98%. So it's not a bad idea to start incorporating some food stocks into the mixture of the manure and the compost that are fungal foods. And how you get there is, but anyway, a really good way is to add your barley. Barley introduces over 150 strains of fungi alone, plus, well, anyway, it's a complex microbial community, because that's what beer is, right? I mean, imagine what goes on in taking a grain and turning it into a fermented beverage. There's just a whole lot of biology going on here. So we can take that science and put it into our material and get a fungal colony going. Oh, protozoa, that's the one, I'm sorry. Protozoa fungi, in addition to the bacteria that's already there. And then what I like to do, and I know I'm going to take crap for this, so that's okay. I'm tough. I like to put on a thin layer of neem meal every week. That controls pathogenic fungi. It destroys the insects we don't want, enhances and elevates. It also brings the deal of nitrification. It's one thing to add nitrogen to your soil, but it also vaporizes. So if you can hold those ions in your soil with a good cation exchange and electrical currents that are going to hold that nitrogen in the soil, making them available to the plant's roots. So it's
you're every week you're feeding a layer, a half inch, quarter inch.
Oh no, not even that. See, okay, I like working in 4x3 because here's why. That's 12 square feet, and if you add an inch of whatever, that's a cubic foot. So it just gives you a frame of reference. Every week, and I'm talking about a vertical flow through. That's where you start your worm business down at the bottom, and every week you begin adding a layer of material, and the worms move up. And so then you harvest from the bottom. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's called vertical flow through. Yeah. And if you look that term up, the best place to go on the internet is red worm composting. Bentley's been running that site for 24 years, maybe more. He's up in Alberta, Canada, and he's got it all down, like how to do it in cold weather, how to do it like with straw bales, like they build houses with. Well, you can build a really kick-ass worm thing. Once you use them, you'll never look back. I mean, it's the way to grow big, giant plants with really massive, branching, and they're just healthy. It's all there. So basically, you got to start with the best material you get your hands on. And then there's a lot of ways to do castings. If you want to go the path of least resistance, you can buy extra large, the really big, 200 gallons is a yard for this discussion. So if you bought a 400-gallon smart pot and you put it on a pallet because you want aeration, right? You don't want to have it sitting on concrete or the soil, just get it up. And then you put in your material, make it about 30% of your favorite aeration material. You may not be able to get it there. I like using pumice, which is a really volcanic glass. So it's completely inert. It's not going to have any kind of an effect on your soil chemistry or biology or anything else. But if you want to use whatever you like to use, it doesn't matter. And so you want to have aeration because this is an aerobic process. We need oxygen. And that's why I like the smart pot, because they breathe. And just kind of keep the outside not, moist. But that allow the air exchange in that mass of soil, or bedding, whatever term you want to use. So 200 gallons is a good size. 100 gallon.
I mean,
You want to start
in the winter. You wouldn't do this in the winter outside. Like, can they create enough warmth with the airflow underneath? I would be worried with the airflow underneath it.
Okay, here's the deal about worms in the winter. Good question. So worms are hermaphrodites. Hermaphroditic, is that the right word? Anyway, but they have two to tango, so they line up and they exchange body fluids, and then they each create a cocoon. And each cocoon has, on average, about 4 hatchlings. And within 6 weeks, they're sexually mature, the hatchlings, and now they're reproducing. But in the original stock, they're going to live about 5 years working 24/7, just constantly processing bacteria manure. So in the wintertime, when the temperature drops below 50, just like the reason we put our food in the refrigerator is to retard bacterial action that spoils our food, right? So there's less bacteria activity in your worm bin, so there's less food, so the worms mass together for collective body heat, and they go into reproduction overload, and now they'll do 2.5 cocoons a week. And even if, and it's really got to get cold, but let's say they got so cold that every worm died, you lost everything. The cocoons can live to 40 below zero.
Wow.
And then when things improve in the spring,
They thaw out.
the bacteria comes back. And so you get the idea. So then the cycle starts again.
Self-propagating.
Yes.
That's cool. I have a bunch of old 4x8 smart pots. So.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll never look back. I promise you. And the best book that you can get, I know the woman, I think she's doctor now, but Rhonda Sherman. If you can hold on a minute, I'll call.
Yeah, I'm gonna write this down.
Let me get you the book title. Let's see. I know this sounds wacko, but I have over almost 2,000 books on my iPad now.
Wow.
I like to read. Hold on a minute. Kindle. Okay. I don't like Kindle, but this book, I promise you, will show you how to set up. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, it's called The Worm Farmer's Handbook by Rhonda Sherman. I followed her work for almost 20 years. You won't find a better teacher. You can use that name and you can search on YouTube. There's several of her lectures in her capacity as a professor at University of North Carolina, State University. Yeah, there you go. I had an opportunity to be interviewed with her on a cannabis program of all things. And it was, to me, a real honor because I just admire what she's done with her education and helping others. She's really in the world of worms. She's a big deal. She's like I don't know, whatever she's like a Steve the Breeder Steve. Okay, 10 times. But in just a little tiny area called vermiculture. Excuse me. You can't go wrong. Best. God, I can't. Oh yeah, get the digital if you can. I know it's a lot less than $25, but.
Steve, have you ever grown dual root zone with just castings as your media?
In fact,
I wouldn't, and here's what. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. Excuse me.
That's a question to whoever, but yeah.
Rather than me talk about this, I think Marty actually has pictures of that exact thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Marty actually has better info on this than I do even.
Yeah, so I did do, because we get this question all the time. Actually,
I think I can pull those pics up.
I would imagine it's too anaerobic without putting something in there.
Yeah, I have a feeling it is, and I think like most castings are probably not ideal ratio for what you'd want for flour in terms of like they're probably, depending on what you make them out of,
bacterial nitrogen dominant.
Yeah, they're still getting, it's very easy to get nitrogen dominant, and it's hard to get, unless you just do, and then you're almost just fermenting something if you're just picking all one input or something like that. So anyway, we get this question a lot, which is, can you just use castings for your medium and dual root zone? And so I did a comparison. Steve's bringing it up now. So the one that you can see in front is had just castings in it. The ones in the back that you can see that are, much denser, much larger, and they're not yelling out in the same way. Now, obviously the plant still finished and did pretty well. It wasn't like, necessarily lesser quality. It did have a different smell to it. It seemed to have like a different profile to it, even though these are all the same cut, by the way. They're all clones off the same mom. And the ones in the back are just the same castings, but amended, with amendments. I think in that case it was langbeinite, some humic acid, some rock phosphate, just some different, sort of living soil type inputs to boost mainly the P and K and a little bit of magnesium. So just a modified mix, and no nitrogen, obviously, because that's all coming from the aquaponic system. And so this is the comparison. These are all growing out of the same system. So it's the same system, water flowing through all beds. And so the only real difference is the mix itself. Yeah. So one had a traditional soil mix. The other one was just castings straight out of the worm bin.
Now, on the other spectrum, have you guys either messed with going with a fungal dominant or carbon dominant solely media? I guess that's, cocoa is almost that, but you could really go with wood chips or anything else, like.
So I did I want to say like maybe my third or fourth indoor run at the old setup, like before I had to move here and set up this one. I did a couple of things and started trying to transition my soil in my dual root zone a little bit by top dressing it with like BioLive, which has a little bit more oh, not a little bit more, it has a lot more fungal inoculants in its soil mix or amendment mix than most of them do. A lot of them have a lot of different microbes, but not a lot of fungal inoculants. So BioLive from Down to Earth has a specific mix that I would mix into a top dress that I would put on about a week before they transition into flower, and then cover the dual root zone pot so it would be darker and slightly cooler to encourage more fungal growth.
Would you cover it with?
Panda plastic.
Nice. So you're almost doing like what do they call it? The wicking system type deal almost. I mean, it is a wicking system, but the what's the earth pots or whatever.
Right. It was similar to like you do with the earth boxes or any sort of sub-irrigated planter. So it's sort of like a sub-irrigated pot. It's not wicking though, because it still has a...
We're getting the up and down.
Right, you're getting the up and down motion, and it's not getting to the soil layer. So on the inside of the pots, there's media in the bottom also.
Have you tried that with, so like I think we've talked about, sorry, I'm just rapid firing questions. It's fun if you're cool.
Oh, yeah.
Have you tried, like I've done the low flow or I've had systems where I've had failures with the beginning to go up and down. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so I ended up just going with like letting it flow low, down, quarter inch through the thing. And then I put pots in it and that or beds on top of that. And that ended up being a good system for me, but I had never taken the step to put plastic over it, Panda film and go like the earth box style with the low flow. But have you tried that? I bet that would be kind of interesting.
I have siphons running on everything. I don't do the bell siphons. I do loop siphons or external siphons. And so I have messed around with, I want to say my original grow, like the very first one I ever did on YouTube was like a constant flow on a timer. So it would, run for like 15 minutes out of an hour and then have holes in the bottom to drain all the way out. So different things like that. So I've messed around with that, but at that time I wasn't doing dual root zone. So, it's sort of hard to compare, but I do think that I've definitely messed around with different siphon timing. So I found that the more, the faster the siphon turns over and drains out, the better. So the more up and down motion, the more, sort of air diaphragm action of pulling fresh air into the roots really seems to benefit from doing that. And especially I noticed on moms or larger outdoor plants seem to really benefit from that flushing action more often as opposed to longer flows. Because originally I wanted to try to figure out different, just kind of test different times. So by reducing the flow, it can take longer for it to switch over. So
that makes total. I mean that's congruent with the concept of aeroponics, right?
Right. So that essentially that your plants and your fish aren't sharing all the same dissolved oxygen in your system. So because your plants get access to air through the diaphragm action and fresh air getting pulled in, they're not, it's not having as much load on your dissolved oxygen in your main system. So it's really something that I just kind of feel like is necessary, especially for moms. I feel like the moms that we take clones off of just get incredibly fast growth in situations like that. And I get a lot more clones a lot faster off of plants that are in a siphon system rather than just like growing in a pot or in a constant flow system. Any plant that you're going to grow longer than, say a couple of months is probably going to benefit a lot from the diaphragm action. As you get an increased size of root zone, you get more access to all of that siphon stuff. So I think for larger plants, it's way more beneficial than, may not be as necessary for smaller plants that maybe you're only growing to a couple feet tall in a big sea of green or something like that. But if you want to grow like big, large outdoor plants and stuff like that, I would definitely recommend, some type of siphon system.
I'm actually building. So I have a pond that I pump up through if you will, a stream to another pond, and I'm gonna, so the upper pond is going to become a radial flow filter that I will just suck out manually with like a diaphragm pump, the sediment.
Right.
And then the overflow will go down into the stream. And then I want to set, as I was talking with Steve about this, a series of dams with the loop siphons and fill those up. So they're just, and I have like, it's 36 inches wide by probably 2.5, 3 feet right now. So I'm going to go kind of crude with it, make this crude system, but I think it's going to work pretty well.
One thing you could do that I did a similar plan for my buddy who hasn't pulled the trigger yet on doing it, but he has some elevation to his property, and he has, kind of, the ability to have kind of a flow through style, kind of like what you're talking about. And what I set up for him was essentially just putting a large tank with a big siphon setup at the very head of the system. And then the flush of water would drain through the system just from the one original siphon. So you wouldn't have to have a siphon on every single part of your system, but you would just have sort of a dynamic flow, because when you pump the water up to the top, it would drain through.
Interesting.
Only in creating your water variation just from a single point in the siphon.
Right.
So if you've got enough elevation to do that, then you can set it up to do that. And it will then, you could even have siphons in different sections, because eventually they would kick off on their own and just kind of deal with the other one. So you could still have individual beds with siphons if you wanted to, but the rest would just flow through and drain through whatever you wanted to. So that was kind of the idea, is that if you've got,
that's a great idea to kick around,
then you can just put like, one big tank that's almost just just there for the purposes of creating the variation in water.
Right. That's really interesting idea. I hadn't even thought of that, man. Cool. My battery's gonna crash any second. I got the 5% warning.
Well, hit me
already. But
free to
yeah, dude, I'll probably hit you up. So anyways, thanks for having me on, and good show, dudes. Nice chatting with everybody.
Good to see you, man. Been a minute.
Yeah.
Later on.
Take care.
Have a
wishes.
good night.
Too.
We had another question from chat asking about kelp. I wanted to give a word of warning on overdoing it with kelp. I recently had an aquaponic customer that was given some interesting information on how to supplement potassium and solely used kelp on the advice of another aquaponic consultant, and ended up spiking their arsenic to 4 times the legal limit. So don't do that.
Subtle hint, yeah.
So again, I'm gonna be vague because I'm not trying to give anybody a bad name, but definitely don't go out there and just think that that's going to be your potassium source, because you're going to have that same problem. And again, other things that can bite you in the ass like that would be glacial rock dust, rock phosphate, any of these other mining byproduct agricultural products. And then be careful about some of the silica products. Some of them are much more higher in heavy metals than others. And then
humic acid greatly varies depending on the source.
Yeah, some of the humic and fulvic acids can be quite high in heavy metals depending on where they come from. So, just make sure that you actually have full reports on the stuff, especially if you're going to use this for a commercial grow. Make sure that you be damn sure that you have that. And not only that, but like if you have a recall or something like that, make sure that you actually have copies of all of those MSDs in order to on hand at all times for all of those products, because it's simply one of those cover your ass things. If you have something that allocates to that SKU, and say if there's a recall or say something comes up hot, and my SKUs match the stuff that I have on hand, and my MSDs match that, it helps protect you in a lawsuit or something like that later on, especially in a commercial end. It can help, pass that liability onto the manufacturer rather than yourself. So make sure that you actually keep, documentation on that, certainly on the commercial end, because it very much can bite you on the ass if you do not do that. I haven't had that problem, but it certainly can happen. Or you just use something like Coot's mix, you don't have to worry about that shit.
Okay, I've been advocating and will continue to advocate kelp meal. And first of all, I'm anti high dosing anything to achieve any specific macronutrient.
I did want to preface that and say I do think that you should use kelp in your grow, and that it is perfectly fine to use when it's used responsibly. Just don't go crazy.
No. Okay, my recommendation is in a 1 cubic foot, which is this is close enough. It makes the arithmetic easier. 7.25 gallons. That breaks down to 120 cups. So that's 1 cubic foot, 120 cups. My recommendation is that you add no more than a quarter cup to every 7.25 gallons of potting soil. So in worm bins, I sprinkle it on top about every 10 days. You sprinkle it, not dump in a 1/4 inch, just sprinkle it. And don't cover it, let the microbes break it down from the bottom down so that you don't build back up a thermophilic cycle. That's the main thing you got to watch out for with alfalfa, for example. You don't want to bury it, just sprinkle it on top and wet it down. But the other advantage to kelp, the main advantage, that's what cracks me up sometimes in this cannabis thing. The big advantage to kelp is that it's a plant, it's 83 elements, and they're in the right balance because it is a plant. So that it's not according to a fertilizer cells. The boron is in the correct balance with molybdenum. Or I guess now it's for calcium. I don't know, whatever the scam is. But see what I'm saying? So you're not having high doses, and that's where what Steve mentioned, the agents like rock phosphate, those are mined minerals. They come out of the ground. Langbionite is sold under 4 names that I know of. Langbionite, sulfate of potash magnesia, K-mag, sulpo-mag, SUL-PO, sulfur, potassium, magnesium. The Langbian comes from the man who discovered it in Germany, and in that period, in the 19th century, in that time, they named the material after you. That's how we ended up with Leonardite. Dr. Leonard at the University of South Dakota discovered a deposit in South Dakota, so then everything now is Leonardite. But even though technically it only refers to this one specific district in South Dakota. Now it comes out of China. If you go to Alibaba.com and type in fulvic acid, you're going to see colors as light as tan through medium brown. The real stuff like we get here from BioAg down in Independence, Oregon. They make their own fulvic acid through fermentation, not through lactobacillus, but using, I'm not supposed to know this, but anyway, they use a different material to ferment, to extract that's why in California and Oregon you can't sell anything under the name fulvic acid, because they have decided that fulvic acid is a subset of humic acid. We could get into a 10-day discussion on that one. But let me go back to the worm castings. There's no standard. There's no regulation. There's no statutory definition of what worm casting is, or compost even. You can take some crap that was out behind Farmer Bob's barn for the last 5 years, throw it in a bag, and put premium compost on it, and you're good to go. The only thing you got is rely on somebody that you know that says, hey, I've tried this material and it works. But if you just go buy a bag that says worm castings from, some grocery store, I promise you, I mean, I guarantee you're going to be unhappy. You're not going to, you got to find a place where you have to take a bucket to go get your castings. They've never been in a plastic bag. They're the real deal. It's like good cannabis. You don't go buy it in like a sardine can, and screw the top off, right? The same thing. The quality, the name doesn't mean anything. Just because it's called, worm castings doesn't mean it ever saw a worm. There's absolutely no regulation, either state or federal level. And these nursery centers take advantage of that.
So I got a question for you, Coot, because this is something that I preach quite a bit on, is because it's something that when I do aquaponics and other hydroponic stuff, I see across the board deficient, even outside of the traditional, Dr. Resch's hydroponic food production numbers, which is the Bible on all that stuff.
Right.
At least the very least a very good baseline if you're looking for a place to start.
Right.
To learn your education on that. But molybdenum, right? So I don't understand why, maybe you can give me some insight on this. Why did they run molybdenum so incredibly low traditionally when I've seen very good results running it way, way higher and having it, increase purple expression, because a mild molybdenum toxicity increases anthocyanin production in order to bind it up in the system of those plants if they have that genomic expression and all this other stuff. So I'm really curious as to why molybdenum and then manganese traditionally have been told to be dosed so low, when in practice and the commercial end, myself and other people that really get into the fine tuning of this stuff across the board are boosting these well beyond what has traditionally been told to for most growers. Is that just because of the vegetable focus, or?
Yeah, in the late 19th century, I'm going to give you a little bit of history, just because you got to understand how we got here. So in the middle of the 19th century, I can't remember the German chemist, and it was Germany's involvement in chemistry that led to World War I, because they became a superpower. They had these incredible chemicals that could create bombs and what have you. But he's the father of the NPK myth, this gentleman. And about 30 years after he published his work and it became the standard in parts of Europe, a man wrote a book called Bread from Stones. You can find that book online for free. It's open source. And it's this is 1890s, and it's a complete slam against the NPK myth. Then, and you can imagine from the title, what's he talking about? Well, he's talking about rock dust. But now, through marketing, anything can be marked as rock dust. Let's take the ites, bentonite, zeolite, and azomite. Those are all luminous silicate compounds. You want rock dust, but you don't want aluminum. Okay, so Canadian rock dust is basically sand. They use it in Alaska to cover the highways during the winter. And then when the snow melts, they scrape it.
Sweep it off.
And they take it and they wash it. There's companies that bid on it and wash it, and now it's sold under names, well, it was until they got bought out by Scott Miracle-Gro, but names like Ancient Forest, Denali Gold, Alaska Gold. Those are all the same crap. It's glacial sand that was used on the roads, and now it's washed and put in a pretty bag with cool labels on it, and then it's rock dust. If you want good rock dust, there's two forms that are paramagnetic. Basalt, and the subset of basalt is granite. It carries a positive charge. in the soil, and that's what holds on to the cations like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, nitrogen. They hold them in place because plants call those needs up when it needs it, not just because you put it there. Does that make sense? And hydrogen is the form of exchange. 2 hydrogen atoms for 1 calcium atom. That's why a calcium ion is written capital C, lowercase a, and then 2 plus signs, meaning that it has 2 extra exchange sites. And plants use hydrogen as a form of payment. Think of it as a banknote. I need calcium, okay, I need, 2 hydrogen atoms. And there's a swap, and now the plant can take that nitrogen ion up into its root system. And that's all controlled by the, the taproot. Now where it becomes challenging is we're not working with plants, most of us. We're growing branches. Well, excuse me, I shouldn't have said it, that's old days. But cuts technically are a branch, making them different from a seed plant. And you get into the whole discussion about that. But back to your question, Steve, is I would look at, because it is a plant material and because we do a better job in this country of studying things as it relates to animal nutrition than human nutrition. Acadian sea plants is the biggest harvester of North Atlantic kelp in the Western Hemisphere out of Nova Scotia. And they have all kinds of a big repository on every one of those elements, macro and micro, and the percentages. And that might be a good place to start, because at least you'd have a plant. Here's a plant that sits in the water, grows 100 meters a year without a root system. That's amazing. And it takes up all those elements with the exception of one, sodium. You don't have to worry about salt just because the plant came from the ocean. But even there again, around the world there's 1,900 varieties of brown kelp. So knowing your source, I wouldn't buy kelp out of the Indian Ocean or the South China Sea, I can promise you that.
Some dirty
Not
stuff.
with all those boats going in and out and all that traffic.
Not to mention they've had like
The runoff from rain.
3 tsunamis in the last 5 years.
Well, even in the good kelp out of the North Atlantic, the first company to start doing it was in 1950. You would know that company as MaxiCrop. And that gentleman that started the company, it was after World War II, he was an accountant. So this was a spreadsheet deal. He made an investment, and they figured out a way to take this kelp and using in those days it was sodium hydroxide, they would burn it up. And so you can't destroy an element, right? So you burn up all the stuff, and what are you left with? Well, you're left with 83 elements, and that's why that stuff is always black, because it's been burned like a mother. And so if you ever see liquid kelp or seaweed extract, it's always going to be black, period. Well, there's one exception, Kelpak, that's a brand name. Kelp with AK comes out of South Africa, and it's made with a mechanical process where they take the leaves of the kelp and they press it, and the juice is what you're buying, so it's clear. Now in Amsterdam and other places where in the years past, they made a lot of nutrients for cannabis, right? Well, they like using this clear because it didn't mess up their color system, The stuff you use in veg, it's got to be this color. And then when you go to the flower, it's got to be this color, right? And then you could add this, and it was clear, so it didn't mess you up. Otherwise, everything would be black.
Well, to me, it seemed a little bit, and I guess something that's always a concern to me in aquaponics on a closed loop is kelp extract, and a lot of people don't realize this, seabird guano are super high in sodium.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, seabirds have
Yeah.
two ways of excreting sodium: their anus and their nostrils.
Yeah.
So, and if there's and seabird guano is a mixture of snot and guano. So, I'll let you do the math.
Yep.
They're drinking seawater. That salt has to go somewhere.
I've never been a fan of bat or bird guano because of how it was marketed, the slave labor used at point of origin
I'll tell you
to
what.
harvest it, child labor.
I'll tell you what. After we had Kevin McKernan on the show, and he talked to us about how many different types of different viruses that they were able to sequence out of regular store-bought bat guano, that
yeah.
the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I will never use that in my
Yeah.
personal grows or commercial grows ever again.
No.
Nor will I recommend it in any of my stuff, because
No.
it's too. After that, it really was kind of eye-opening on how much of a vector that potentially could be. And it's like, look, we have all these wonderful other organic inputs. Why go that route?
Yeah, I know. Look, let's thank them for the contributions they made, but some of the writers from 40 years ago had it wrong. I just leave it at that. And silliness like bake your soil to kill the germs. Okay, George. We'll get right on that. I got 10 pizza ovens coming in.
What's up there with dipping your buds in peroxide or planting?
Yeah, it's fuck. So, yeah, and once that book was published, every writer for the next 20 years just regurgitated the same silliness. And when I open a book and want to read something, I don't want to see ads for ocean forest soil or ads for sunlight distributing, bat guano. I mean, I don't know. I hope this is the time that the cannabis thing grows up. And because think about this, as this thing moves across the country and more states become legal, those of us on the West Coast become more and more irrelevant. I mean, do you think that the people in New Jersey, now that are going to allow commercial growing, do you think they give a rat's ass what goes on in Canby, Oregon, much less Salem? We had the tiger by the tails for years. God, I remember in the 80s, and if you had a good production out of Southern Oregon and you could get it back east, you were dancing. I mean, like stupid money. $3,000 or more a pound. New York City mark it up to $4,000. But now we got it legalized, and I don't know. Things changed. Like I said, a place down the end of my street's got assigned $2 pre-rolls. A 1 gram pre-roll for $2. That's like 1972 prices. So we turned the clock back 50 years. I don't know. Just seems like a shame, because the people that do the work seem to be the ones that make the least amount of money in this thing. It's brokers, dispensaries. You got Canadian banks investing up and down the West Coast, Gold Leaf. You got Hong Kong banks. You got Beijing, Tokyo. It's a mess. The idea of getting some property and growing enough plants to get a nice house and a retirement, man, it's just fading away. The first year up here was a disaster. Price dropped 80%. From the time they planted till harvest that year, it got down below $500. Now, some of that was, fires, so smoke damage. But just saying, hey, welcome to agriculture. Things don't always go like the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, crop insurance is real for a reason, right?
Yeah.
major agricultural product. You
Yeah,
have that kind of investment in it. People would call you crazy for not having crop insurance on, any
exactly.
dollar value you deal with in cannabis.
Well, even where you live. I mean, forget cannabis just for a minute. Take that off the discussion. Look at the folks that grow the wonderful pears in the Medford Valley.
Harry and David.
Huh?
Harry and David.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes they take a hit, and hey, it didn't happen this year.
Right.
And yeah, we got insurance, but with cannabis, man, you can't even bank. I mean, financial matters. I mean, they've got
Pears are
more
way less
roadblocks.
regulated.
Yeah.
Pears, maybe a couple pesticide tests or,
Yeah.
But other than that, you can grow as many pear trees as you want and sell as many pears as you want. And
Yeah.
there's no outrageous taxes. And
If you want to bring in some from China, give them a shot. Or I don't mean China. That's too politically charged. Bring them in from another country to give it a try. To check on viability in some of the different districts. I came out of produce, so that's why I kind of know this crap. But that's,
Harry and David is, they've got, very large facilities here, large multiple, pear orchards and other stuff now too. I think that somebody was talking about them being interested in hemp and maybe taking a look at that. I don't think they've actually done it yet, but especially with the market sort of, the hemp market sort of dissolving in Oregon, or got flooded, or I don't want to get into all that discussion, but it's not what it once was, or ever was, I guess, really. Never was what it was projected to be is kind of, I think, maybe the most accurate way to describe it. But anyway, they have, obviously large amounts of crop insurance and tons of employees, and they're able to absorb those types of hits, just like you were talking about. If the fire burns through and takes out an entire orchard, they have another one. Now, they've also been around for a long time. I don't know how long off the top of my head, but, they have years worth of infrastructure they put in place throughout the valley to allow them to do that. But really, cannabis, you kind of need the same thing to grow in these areas that are prone to, really anywhere that has natural disasters, whether you're talking about wildfires here in Oregon or sometimes drought-like situations, especially when you have ridiculous water rights that restrict whether or not you use water that is on your own, like people literally having to truck water in weekly to be able to use water that they have to purchase because they don't have the proper water rights to be able to use it specifically on cannabis. You could use it on tomatoes, commercial tomatoes.
Steve and I were talking about this, I think, last night over at Fumidor. And right now, it's not a war, but there's concerns of the Southern Oregon farmers and the Northern California farmers along that border over not water rights, just water availability. Because there's new pressures. That's, the Klamath Basin is a major production area for potatoes. Well, you live down there, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, long before there was cannabis, there was agriculture, and it didn't go away. Some of these family farms down there are over 130, 140 years. And, these are issues that have to be resolved, and I'm not sure that everybody's singing out of the same hymn book. It's like, hey, I want mine and screw you kind of thing. And that's counterproductive on these. And water rights go back to the 19th century all over the West. There's been dry spells and famines since before there were Europeans here. So these issues aren't going to be easily resolved, And then you bring in fishing. And the tourism, that's the biggest industry here, is tourism,
right? Not
agriculture. So the fishing runs on the rivers, the salmon runs, they don't want to miss out, Anyway, I'm just saying there's a lot of competition for, what direction things are going to go.
Right? Like it's a lot easier for them to do business than a cannabis company. They get this regulation, so they already have an advantage. And so a lot of times we encourage clients to work with their local tourist industries to try to create 420 friendly events or different things like that, to where you can kind of work together instead of compete, kind of make the similar money off similar tours, because I don't think that we're necessarily going to get away from it, but it would be great if we weren't so overly regulated out of certain markets for small.
No, I agree.
Like,
I agree.
For instance, it would be great if you could run a small Airbnb that was 420 friendly, and you could have your products there available, but we can't do that. It would be super popular. People would love it. I mean, can you imagine rolling into your Airbnb in the middle of the night and having a menu full of pre-rolls available to you to just smoke right there in your room, like we have for alcohol at a hotel almost anywhere.
Right.
Like it would be popular, but it's just right now logistically impossible for a business to do. So someday when we get that federal permission to trade cannabis across state lines and treat it like the product it is, I think there's lots of opportunity to take big pieces of that tourism pie away from alcohol and other things.
I agree completely.
Social environments, like I know Colorado has a couple of smoke bars. I know Steve in Oklahoma can go anywhere you can smoke cigarettes, you can smoke cannabis products, right, Steve? So, I would love to see that. Even here in Oregon, you still can't even smoke with a medical card in a public park. You can't smoke a joint, which is ridiculous, but people walk by with cigarettes all the time. We have designated areas for it, it just seems.
I believe sincerely that in the case of Oregon and Washington, the laws were written by the industry, the cannabis industry. It didn't come from the grassroots, and they covered their ass. You can, you can't, but the only bone they threw to us was, okay, you can grow 4 plants. Which, in all things considered, that wasn't a bad bone, to be thrown.
Right, it wasn't. I mean, they kind of followed up with a lot of regulation and saying, oh well, everybody can grow 4 plants, but if you grow in the city limits, then you have to have it indoors. You can't grow it outside. And you can't have smell that travels longer than 50 feet. And every different county can now put in its own little custom regulations or decide to not allow it at all. Like lovely Klamath County over here next door to us in Southern Oregon, I think originally banned even dispensaries, medical dispensaries, from being out there, and opted out of all the funding and everything. And so, maybe regretted that once, Oregon, when they went legal and got a bunch of tax money from all that, they had surpluses for all the schools that participated in those programs. But when Klamath County opted out of that, their schools don't get any of that funding. So, hopefully they regretted that in the long run. But it's just an example of how they muck everything up with regulation and make it so that everything just is weighted towards larger, more corporate grows. And they did just that. They threw us the bone of being able to grow at home, and then really kind of negotiated that out, along with they took out the clause that allowed license holders to have been Oregon residents for 2 years. That was the original draft of the bill. And when they gave us home grow, that was part of sort of that trade right before it passed, like even within a couple of weeks was when those last changes came in here in Oregon. So in spite of them writing into the bill that they didn't want the medical industry to be affected, all the regulations ended up coming down on the county level and saying that, these just supersede the existing medical stuff. So they just put agricultural limitations on cannabis, or different things that only applied to cannabis. Like nobody's doing light depth tomatoes, right?
Right.
If you put in regulations for agricultural crops using light depth technology, we all know that's cannabis, but they just don't put it in the regulations for it. So it's just another way that they were able to squash. We went from like 2,000 small growers just here in the Rogue Valley down to like maybe 600 or 700 registered medical growers now. So that's
Well, even the medical card thing, because it got so ridiculously priced.
yeah.
The state raised their fee to $200, and then to go to a doctor to sign your paperwork. So you're talking $450. And then when the
Yeah.
deal came down, well, you can grow 4 plants. I mean, why would I go get a card?
For 2
I
extra.
mean, the card gave me 6 plants. It cost me $450. Or I can do 4 plants without any, hassle with anybody. Just do 4 plants. So
Right.
um,
So
they
in
didn't
Oregon,
say how big I could make them.
right. In Oregon, you get very few benefits anymore. Like you're saying, like you only the couple of things where you get 2 extra plants in flower. So
Right.
in
Right.
you also can keep veg plants. So you can keep plants in veg up to twice as many as you have in flower. So if you are
Right.
licensed for 6 flowering plants, you can have 12 veg plants. And you can also keep clones anything smaller than a foot tall. You can
Right.
have, in theory, as many as you want. But as soon as they go over a foot tall, then they count towards your veg plant count. So
Well,
you get a
it
couple
may
things.
be regional, but
Yeah.
in Portland, for example, the Portland metro area.
Yeah.
Let's say you get up to go to work one day and you walk outside and your car's gone. So you call the police to report your car was stolen. You don't even get a police officer. You get a form in the mail.
Oh, wow.
Okay? They don't have time to be dicking around with anything. And so, unless you're doing something really egregious, like you get drunk and at midnight you go out and start shooting the shotgun in the air, yeah, the police are going to come out and they're going to be pissed off because they were having some coffee and they got to deal with your drunk ass. And they find too many plants, yeah, they'll probably arrest you or give you whatever it goes on. But basically, with jury nullification and et cetera, they don't give a shit. I mean, if I called up and says, hey, I think the guy next door's got 15 plants and he's only illegal with 4, they'd send somebody to my house to see if I needed mental health assistance. Like, why are you bothering us? Kind of thing.
For sure.
So it's quasi-legal, and it always has been in Portland because Portland's it's like a real city, so it's got real stuff to be concerned about, drunk driving and people shooting, all the crap that goes on in a city, at least in today's world.
You got real police work to deal with, right?
Yeah, this isn't like, okay, so yeah, you're only supposed to have 6 months, but I think he's got 8. Okay.
Down here, I call them the mafia.
Yeah.
The county is really interested in extorting funds from people.
Oh, yeah.
They're the ones that show up and start doing stuff like that. So I see Roger showed up. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. I want to introduce Roger. It's been quite a few episodes since you've been on the show. How you doing, man? I know you went through a hell of a situation after the hurricane, and we haven't seen you since. So how you been?
I've just been trying to hang in there, trying to keep up. Pretty much. The guy that was helping me and driving for me died a couple months ago. In fact, I lost 3 friends in a matter of like a month and a half. An old musician I've known for 25 years, my best friend, and I will talk about that in a second, and the guy that was working with me. So I'm kind of by myself, so it's really hard to get anything done by yourself. But I just want to reach out. I've been wanting to get on. I guess tonight's as good as any. I don't know if you heard about Will, but our good friend Will Garrigan, who went to the conferences and who was a moderator at ILGM, worked for me since about 2015 over there, passed away a couple of months ago from cancer. He was in bad shape. So Will is gone, and it's been I'm still grieving that too. So it's been a rough couple months that way. Amy's recovering now. She's still in nursing facility from her operation in October of 2019. So she's still not 100% released from that. But the biggest news that I wanted to spread to our community, that because everybody kind of knew Will, a lot of people knew Will, and anybody involved in the regenerative organic cannabis conference knew Will. And so just want to say a big shout out to Will Wyman, who we all called as Garrigan, and we miss you a lot, buddy.
Rest in peace, man.
Yeah, I know you guys knew him well. Marty, you weren't there, were you? I don't think.
No, I met him though.
Yeah, all the guys that were at the Michigan conference, and well, that'd be 2019 now, right? We had to cancel 2020 last year, and at the last minute, and then nothing's been scheduled that I know of right now. So,
Sure.
Well, yeah, he's a great guy. He was a great guy, good partner. We had a wood business and some websites and stuff, and other than that, that's something else. Finally got motivated to start putting my websites back up. It's taken me a couple years just to get everything sorted out after I had to wait for 3 years to get my DAT files. So I'm going to have my grow supply store rebuilt pretty soon. And that'll be mostly specialty for natural farming, aquaponics, and possibly I might be selling some hemp products, because
we'll have to get together. I've been out in Raven County quite a bit.
Where's that?
Georgia.
Oh yeah, you're not far from me at all, I don't think. We could talk about that later,
Yeah, I've been doing quite a bit of work out there. So,
well, we can do hemp products here, so we still can't do cannabis or THC products, but we could do hemp. So I'm going to be getting in touch with all my friends that have hemp products and see if I can sell them on my sites, because I had a nice network built up before it all crashed and burned. So not much else going on. I didn't expect to be talking to anybody, so I'm not really prepared thinking about anything. We're having a real nice cool spring. This is much like last year. We had a spring all the way until the middle of June. So from a produce standpoint, that's really cool.
That's a great point. What is the advice? Maybe Coot and Brendon have some advice, and Marty, on what to do, because a lot of the country is about to go into freeze or frost in the next couple nights, kind of really late for spring. What advice do you guys have to keep those plants alive?
Well, I tell you what they do in Florida that I've always been impressed by in the groves and stuff in Florida, where the panhandle can get colder and you're unbelievably cold.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, the growth they use they spray water on them. They just put the sprinklers on. I don't know if you could really do that in a greenhouse situation. Outdoors, you probably could. I know that one year last year I could have planted on January 1st. We only had 3 days that got to freezing, and plants would survive one night. So it was like one night 3 times last year, and I didn't. So I got cute one year and I did that. Decided to start 250 poblano plants for Whole Foods, and I got them going, and it was like just perfect weather. The last 3 days of April, or like 3 out of the last 4, like the 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th, it got at 27 and 28 degrees at night. And I was out there knowing that was happening, stick building little walls and putting plastic around and finding every heater I could find and putting everything in it. So I still lost 175 plants. So all I can say is, if you don't have the heat, I think the best thing I've ever seen used by produce growers or citrus growers is you put the sprinklers on. Now, some people use big bonfires. I think they do that with grapes. I think they build big bonfires up and down. That's a lot of work, though, huh?
Not sure how well either one of those would work for cannabis, though.
Cannabis. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. I wasn't sure if you were talking about cannabis or
or other things. Just whatever people may have. What other advice do you guys have?
It's freezing out. I mean, propane cannons. Some guys use those. That's blast hot air through. If you can throw a tarp over any citrus trees, that's what some guys do, and put a little heated cannon under it, so it creates a pocket that keeps from freezing. One of the best ones I saw was actually the guy ran copper tubing, and he ran it underneath the baseline of all the plants, and he just put it on a big steam boiler and just circulated that through. And that radiated up enough warmth up through the inside of the plants to keep them from freezing. The tops of the plants froze, but the bulk of the plants survived that way.
Yeah, you got to save the roots.
Yeah, you got to save the roots. So they kept the ground Get the ground warm, but get the ground warm, but that radiated upwards so that they never froze.
That's not an uncommon in commercial greenhouses. You have your concrete slab, and before the concrete was poured, a system of copper tubing that zigzag back and forth that are connected with a solar panel, not an electrical one, but for water heating. And so you have this radiant heat that comes up through the base, and it's a lot cheaper than doing it with electricity.
One important thing about radiant floor heating I want to throw out there, because I've seen a guy do this wrong. Make sure you put your tech foil down underneath it before you pour before you put your radiant plumbing. And because if you just throw radiant plumbing into concrete, heat's going to go to China. It's not going to heat up your greenhouse. So insulate that hole.
Another one, this one, I couldn't believe it, but because there's a lot of rivers here, you have a lot of river rock. And so they take wire fencing like you would use, fencing, they buy it at Home Depot, and make a big cylinder and then secure it and fill it with rocks. And so when the greenhouse heats up, the rocks take on the heat, so it becomes like a heat sink, an inexpensive heat sink.
It radiates outward.
Correct.
Yeah, all night long. Yeah.
Right. I mean, these are low-tech ways that don't break the bank. Might break your back, hauling in enough river rock to fill 4 or 5
chicken wire cages full of river rock aren't light.
No, these are, the big, like football size kind of thing. But,
earlier we were talking about Harry and David, and I know they have like big, like I want to say they're probably some type of diesel or heaters that are just like big burners, almost like patio heaters that they put underneath their trees or in between their trees and leave them going in the coldest parts of the night to get their trees through. So that's definitely, if you've got like a field situation and you've got large plants, that might be an option. But again, that might be one of the things that you would build up those kind of resources over time, because if you got a big field, you need they have rows and rows and rows full of them, and you've got to have people to fill them up and use them. I don't know how feasible that is for a smaller grow trying to do something like that, like a small commercial grow, for instance. And I have another friend who grows in ground, who always seems to do a little bit better with freezing or colder temperatures. And one of the things they like to do is they have sort of a steady supply of hot compost, and spreading out hot compost and covering it with straw around the root zone, and using some of that to keep that microbial life, stimulating some heat overnight can definitely be beneficial. And that's kind of in the break your back category. And again, that's only if you're going to trying to do maybe a handful of plants. Again, commercially, you probably don't have enough available to put a good mound of thermopathic compost on every single plant. But if you've got some really valuable trees or really big plants outside that you want to save, then you can definitely try to keep plants alive that way.
I remember talking with Frenchie, and Frenchie was talking about in the Himalayas, they'll plant the seeds in the fall and they just come up in the spring when they're supposed to come up. Right. So like cannabis isn't exactly as fragile, I think, or at least a lot of the cultivars aren't quite as fragile as people think they are. I'm sure some of the newer flavor of the month, I'm sure some of the flavor of the month strains and garbages, but certainly not anything that's more robust and been around for a long time.
You may have heard the term winter wheat versus spring wheat. What that means is the winter wheat is literally planted before December. And in the spring, it comes up and it grows a better root system, which gives it more gluten. So it's a higher protein flour, whereas the wheat that is planted in the spring if we want to call that normal time, and it goes through the summer and is harvested in the fall, and it has less, so it's all-purpose flour. It has a lower protein, more down around 10%. But I wanted to address something about the greenhouses, and Marty touched on it. I can't overstress the importance of air movement. As we know, heat rises, so getting that air in the top of the greenhouse to recycle back down to the lower level is crucial, and just the general flow of the air is beneficial for the plant to help maintain. Because as we all know, sometimes it's only a matter of a few degrees.
Yeah.
We're not trying to take it up to 70 or something, just to get it out of the danger zone. So that's some ways that are helpful, I think.
And they use that convection heating for that. They, like you mentioned, a boiler. They have a boiler. Then they bring it up to 2 radiators with a big fan, like a 36-inch fan, in between the 2 radiators, and then they blow the heat down this 3-foot tube that's hung the length of the greenhouse.
Yeah, right.
And that moves that helps to do that too. I'm not. It's the people. Some people love that, and that's what they've got. So that's what they've got. Some people don't like it so much, but it seems to work. And again, I'm in the South, so what works here may not work in Pennsylvania, but
Sure.
somewhere like that. So that's the other side of it, is just how cold does it get and for how many nights. That has a lot to do with it, whether you can keep them alive too. Sorry.
No,
No.
I do think that you kind of hit the nail on the head when you were saying that, different people in different climates, obviously, what's good for you there is probably not necessarily going to be the best design for somebody in Colorado or
even here. Washington. Marty's 250 miles more or less from where I'm at, and what he has to deal with in that part of Oregon is a hell of a lot different in northwestern Oregon. I mean, basically in northwest Oregon, if you're growing outdoors, if you're not out of the ground by October 15th, you're just rolling the dice.
It's mold.
You're just tempting, what is it called? Courting disaster. Whereas in southern Oregon, and again, it depends whether you're in one of the valleys or elevation, a whole bunch of different factors come into play.
What side of
what you can do or should do anyway.
Yeah, and like you're saying, it varies from year to year too. Like we had harvests that we were able to allow very easily plants to go as late as mid-November.
Right.
That doesn't happen every year. That's not something that we can do, and obviously, that's why for the most part, people around here look to more indica dominant strains that finish sooner. A lot of times, not so much because of freezing, but more because of consistent rain. So once you get 2-3 days of consistent rain without drying out, especially if you have large dense buds towards the end of flower, that's when you're just courting disaster. So everybody ideally wants to get your plants out of the ground before those consistent Oregon rains start, which start much sooner farther north. So anything we kind of call the banana belt of Oregon, kind of Eugene area north, sees significantly more rains sooner, and we get a little bit of an extended season below that. So it definitely, if you're moving into an area, check in with the people that are already there and try to find somebody that'll be willing to share information with you, or sometimes even seeds. Like we talked about, getting involved in like the local seed swaps. That's a great way to get started, because those people are not going to be breeding something that isn't going to be good for your area.
Right.
They live there. Whereas somebody in, the UK is breeding whatever they can take a picture of and sell seeds of online. And not that that's bad or that we shouldn't do it, but if you want something that is going to produce outdoors, the people that have, a horse in the race are your local breeders that are breeding for outdoors. They're not going to take the time. Anybody that's a true breeder will tell you how long it actually takes to breed out new strains or do something different. It's such an effort that you wouldn't do an open pollination with something that was like, it's okay. We keep it around. You replace it with something better, and that does well in your environment, and you breed with that. So I definitely think that local seed swaps are a great place to start with genetics. If you're moving into a new area, it's a great way to start.
You got to play this to the strengths of where you're going, not what you think.
Right.
Sure.
Every place has its own specifics that cater towards specific strains doing better there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the things people screw up the most is environmental variables, whether it's indoor or outdoors, just working with them. I have a guy in Nevada, it's the end of the world. It's a Pahrump.
Oh, God, I've been to Pahrump.
Yeah. And, in Pahrump, this guy's, successfully growing his sativas at 110, 117 degrees.
Yeah.
His plants are fine, and people are like, there's no way you can't do that. I'm like, well, if you know how to keep the roots wet, you can,
Yes.
But I wouldn't take an indica there and expect it to survive.
No.
Only a few specific strains can deal with that kind of heat, but he picked the right ones and he harvests every year and he grows in his tin shed there. So it's significantly hotter than the outside 117 inside that shed. He just has literally a swamp cooler blown to the top of the shed so that where the plants are, the heat's not getting there. It's still over 100 in there for the plants.
And
the guy that taught me about worm, they call them themselves worm wranglers. He cut his bones, or made his bones, the mafia expression goes, in Alaska. And if you can do worm castings in Alaska, you must really know what the hell you're doing.
Was he close to a volcano to keep the ground warm?
And no, the whole thing with worms is if you want to get a lot of them, get the temperature down around 45 and they go into hyper cocoon production. I mean, they'll spit out, okay, there's on average 4 cocoons or 4 hatchlings per cocoon. So they're spitting out 10 new worms a week, each worm, because they're hermaphroditic. And, I mean, okay, if you had a spreadsheet, it'd be real easy, but basically, if you had perfect conditions, and you never will, this is one of those rhetorical thingies.
Right.
But if you had a pound of worms today, a year from now, you'd have 1,000 pounds. That's the reproduction rate. So, like the gentleman Roger, who's down in the southeast, I mean, obviously there's some exceptions, but that's like an ideal place to get involved in worms.
Yeah, there's plenty around here. It's not hard to find worms, that's for sure.
Just because the natural environment lends to better reproduction, right?
Well, and I live in the swamp, so.
Right.
You can't stop anything from growing here. You cut it down and it's just, and you don't pay attention for 3 months. You go out there and there's shit 12 foot high again. It's, I mean, even tree. I cut a tree, an elm or gum tree once because it was beaten on the side of a old trailer we had next door, and I didn't pay attention. I was so busy doing this, everything else and running the greenhouse and all. And one day I go over there, and I cut it down to a stump. The stump sprouted out 2 branches and grew back up over the roof of the building again. So I cut it back down. I skimmed it all the way down to the ground to a stump. And then I went out a few months later, all the roots had come up and grown up out of the ground. Like I couldn't kill that tree.
There was no quitting it.
No, I couldn't believe, I've never seen that before. It was really, because instead of 1 tree there, I now have 20 trees there. But they're all close together because all the roots just turned up and started becoming their own branch or, whatever trunk, I guess you call it, It's
Roger,
wild stuff you see in the nature.
Roger, Jessie is in chat and she wants to know if you can play a guitar riff for 420.
Sure.
That's awesome. Oh, look at him. It's right there, too. Should have known.
Well, here's my new baby. The old lady pissed me off a couple of months ago, and I had a concert coming up, so I bought me a new guitar. Well, I had it saved to help her get back out on the land, you know, and I kind of got, well, you treat me like crap, so I'm going to buy a new guitar. Now, if I, here we go.
Oh, it's a beautiful guitar.
Yeah, this is an Epiphone Swingster made after the Joe Pass model with specially wound pickups. Well, that's one thing I really liked about. Oh, and it came with the Bigsby tailpiece, but I don't have the handle on here, which is really
I
cool.
saw that Bigsby.
It's got the old one with the wire handle too, not the big fat one. So it's pretty cool.
Remember, no copyrighted music.
I have a Les Paul with a Bigsby.
Yeah, actually, Brendon is quite the fucking collection.
Yeah, I'm getting too many. I'm almost done.
Impressive indeed.
I got a California telly in the bedroom. The rest of all my Paul Reed and all that stuff. After the concert, I took all my amps. I got like 6 or 7 amps. Oh, I might be too loud for you guys. My little Spark amp I bought to practice with in my office. Let's see. Oh, Jesse is okay.
Bird.
I'm gonna get some swamp rock going on here.
A riff for 420. Well, you said don't do any copyrighted shit, so I couldn't think anything else. Just do a blues lick.
I'm just fucking with you. Well, I mean, you can't get us flagged, but you know what I mean.
Well, if you were to be a facsimile thereof, an approximation.
Fell in love last Friday evening with a girl I saw on a barroom TV screen. I was just getting ready to get my hat when she caught my eyes and I put it back. Ordered myself a couple more shots and beers. The night that I fell in love with a roller derby queen, round and round, oh round and round, meanest hunky woman anybody ever seen. Down at the arena, huh? There you go. Maybe won't get sued for that.
All right. Thanks, Roger. That was great.
Couldn't say no to that. I forgot it was 420. I guess yeah.
You're a big pepper and tomato person. I'm sure you probably don't want to tell us what some of the other stuff you're growing, but do you want to tell us what cultivars of tomatoes and peppers you're growing, and maybe Coot too? What tomatoes and peppers cultivars are you growing this year as well?
Well, for me, I grow several different varieties, and I pick different ones each year. But the biggest ones I'm able to sell to Whole Foods, they like my poblanos, and I sell my habaneros to them. So the bulk of my greenhouse would be habaneros and poblanos, and then I'll grow a few plants of different cultivars. I had a guy call me last year that wanted to make a pepper sauce, and I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's basically called a lemon. I don't know, it's got a name, but they call it a lemon. It's supposed to taste like, have a lemony, citrusy taste to it, and it's yellow. I can't remember. I haven't really messed with them this year.
The R. Kelly strain?
I don't know. No, I mean, well, he called me up and I found it. I was able to find it. And tomatoes, I always like, my favorite has always been the ASEP1, but every year I play around with different heirlooms and stuff and see what I can get to go. But I'll hand it over to Coot. He's probably doing more than I am. So
I just grow for our family.
yeah.
Every year I go to the plant shows, and like the tomato lady, she has a giant tent with, I'm not exaggerating, at least 60 varieties. And often cases she'll have both conventional as well as organic plant starts. Not that I don't know start a seed, but goddamn, it's already, you know,
Right.
18 inches tall and it's ready to go into my good soil, my raised. I don't have a front yard. I would just raise beds. So, you know, don't have to mow. But anyway, yeah, so yeah, heirlooms. We have a lot of Russian immigrants here. So they brought, like every other human movement, they take their seeds with them. And so the Russian and Polish tomato varieties are just, heirlooms are just incredible. Some of the black Polish, black Cherokee type ones. And then I also get seeds from a company based in Italy. So if you want real San Marzano seeds, you can get them. You want real Roma, not the ones planted here because they have long legs. And you're in the produce, Roger. You know these terms. The ones that have legs and you can move them, you know, across several states and now, you know what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with flavor. It's, you know, stability, right? How long shelf life? That's the hallmark of conventionally grown anything, really.
And I'm big into indeterminate. I like to grow indeterminate tomatoes, and I lean and lower them off a wire. So that's something else I do.
Yeah, and peppers don't do well. We're just, you know, this is a temperate rainforest, so
yeah. Where you're at, you mean? Where you're at?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need some of that heat. You need. You could have little areas where you can control them, but yeah, big giant crop. Yeah, I can see that. You need heat. You know, so.
Yeah.
And they take the heat real well too.
But the things we do well here, though, are like tree fruit, apples, apples, pears. Not so much the soft fruit. Again, the stone fruit, not so much. That kind of thing. But yeah, what we do well, you know. And like where Marty lives down south, that's some of the finest pears in the world. Winter pears, summer pears, different. The Bosque and it's, you know, pears are whole, you know, it's like any other commodity. You get into it and all of a sudden, man, it's like, I didn't know there was that much going on in the world of pears. Get involved in lavender growers sometime. You think the cannabis people are wacko about strains? Talk to a few lavender people, man. They're in a la-la land.
You're not joking, man. I worked at an aquaponic farm. And a couple doors down was a carnivorous plant place. Another couple doors down was a lavender place. And I didn't know that there was like hundreds of different varieties of lavender, and they smell completely different. Like they have crazy different characteristics to them. They're not just like just some name and a little bit of different leaf pattern. Like they're legit way different in smell and everything else.
Now I'm going to tell you something else that'll really blow your mind. Lavender and rosemary. You know, you ever seen a rosemary plant? Okay. Those are members of the mint family. I'm not bullshitting you. Mint.
That doesn't surprise me because rosemary's pungent. It kind of looks like a distorted Christmas tree, kind of.
Yeah.
You know. I mean.
Oh yeah, exactly. In fact, some people here grow them in containers and move them in the house during the winter and use it as a Christmas tree. Personally, I couldn't handle smelling rosemary in my home. There's just no friggin' way. I don't want it in my food. I don't want it in my living room, you know, kind of thing.
Well, I found out quick, if you do put it in your food, you don't need very much.
Yeah. No.
Real quick, if you put too much rosemary.
A little bit goes a long way. You're going to kill it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll tell you that one of the best pesticides on this planet.
Yeah, it
is you take rosemary petals, like leaves, I guess they are, and buy them from the food supply for restaurants, so it's non-sprayed. Mm-hmm. And you want them dried, and you just, I'll give it with Steve, but it's really easy to make a water extract extremely effective because it's got camphor, and camphor causes insect eggs to explode. So it's really effective against spider mites on the underside of the leaves.
Yeah.
And it's lemongrass, right? It's wonderful. I mean,
there's dozens of rosemary oil based.
Yes, absolutely.
Some of your more popular ones are, you know, like that you would just go buy at like a co-op or a store. If you look at the ingredients, a lot of them have rosemary in them as well.
Yes. So I'm a real advocate of growing the things that I can take and use. Mm-hmm. For example, I grow Tulsi, which is like the wolf is to the domestic dog, the forerunner. Well, Tulsi, the holy basil of India, is loaded with camphor. You would never use it in cooking, and you're not going to make pasta with Tulsi. But those mint leaves from that plant are not only healthful if you have congestion or your child, you make a tea out of it and you drink it and it breaks up the congestion. But man, the camphor also just kicks ass against pests. And the compound breaks down, it degrades in a matter of a few hours in the sun. That's the other beauty. It's a simple hydrocarbon. It does its work and then it goes away. So.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Tulce or SI?
Tulsi, Tulsi.
Okay.
And the best place to get is used to be called Horizon Herbs down near Marty.
I know Horizon Herbs.
Okay, well now it's called Special.
Richo Check. Right?
Yes, right. He's a wonderful, wonderful human being. I have more respect for him and the work that he's done. He traveled the world, collected all these incredible plants from shamans and small tribes, and he offers them at a fair price at his place out of, I always get it mixed up. It's in Williams or Wonder, Oregon. The reason is they're close to each other, kind of, sort of, and that's the name of a weed, Williams Wonder. And but that's another story.
So we're about 21 minutes away before we hit the end of the episode. Does anybody have any other questions for the panelists? Or Coot, do you have kind of maybe any words of wisdom for other people out there in the cannabis industry on this 420? I know it's kind of considered more of a holiday. It's been one hell of a cool episode. And, do you have anything else maybe you want to add?
Yeah, just this. Keep it fun, man. Just don't get all twisted up in the game. It's just a plant, and sometimes things go better than they do in other times. And, just got to roll with the punches. There's nothing magical. There's good hard work with good methods, and that's how all of us have become successful. It wasn't because of a magic bean or a magic bottle of swill or some silliness like that. So
No snake oil.
No.
No.
Well, I do think that at least speaking for myself, I want to also give a shout out to the things that are very useful, things like having a Coot's mix recipe posted online that I know personally has helped people get started growing. So I'll just say big shout out to Coot for being one of the original ones to put that information out there. And so many of us have used it, myself included, multiple friends, lots of people online. I still recommend it to people, and people have modified it and twisted it and done all kinds of cool stuff with it. So thanks for that very useful tool you put out a long time ago that's still paying dividends for a lot of people.
I appreciate your kind words, and I have to be honest, I'm kind of blown away. It was just something I jotted down one night, like 12 years ago, and I remember I put that. That was the forum days before social media, so you had forums like IC Mag and
yeah,
Grass City and the others. And the title of it was a soil mix I thought might work. And then somebody called it Coot's mix, and I go, don't do that. And then all of a sudden it just took, now you type it into a search engine, you get like 7,000 hits. It just boggles my mind. I've never put anything in a bag. I've never, I know you got to pay me $10, to find out the juice. Fuck, here it is.
It's just,
I don't live my life vicariously through trying to trip people up or, send them down a rabbit hole. So there it is. And I am glad that people found a benefit, and made some sense, or at least gave them a springboard to find a better way, or something. Or
Yeah, just a starting point, I think, for
yeah,
somebody.
exactly.
Put them on a
That was
path.
great. That, and you really, can have a certain measured amount of success with that starting point. I think that, like, not only was it a starting point, but it was a pretty good one, I think, for a lot of people in a variety of different climates. And, again, just thanks for doing that. I kind of feel the same way about the podcast. Like, this whole thing started as like just a thing me and Steve were like, hey, let's just do this thing, and we never stop. It's been over 200 episodes, and like, we've never not been, sometimes we're not able to find guests, but we're not able, we're always able to find something to talk about. And to be able to be on a panel with all of these knowledgeable guests and get, I talk about a lot of getting like a college level course on whatever our guest is teaching that week. So it's been great to be involved in that process and have it turn into something that I don't think either one of us thought would go as far as it did, or as wide as it's gone, or any of those different things. Like, just in the number of people that we've been able to talk to and information that we got access to, that in a lot of ways, in my opinion, is better than a college education, because we get so many different perspective, points of view. People don't always agree. We get a much more diverse education out there, and for free. And I think it's great. So thanks to all of you guys for showing up and providing that. I mean, the episodes on LED lighting with Spectrum King, have still some of the ones that I reference so many times in answering questions from new growers and getting started to find LEDs. All those things are super valuable, because we don't have to have those conversations so many more times. It's great to just say, hey, here's the information. We spent 4 hours laying out a master class on LED lighting. Just go listen to as much as you want, and once you're done, you can be done. Like, it's just it's
expanded since then. It's improved since then. The science is coming out, more things to come forward, to help people with. And I wish back when I fumbled my way through destroying a crop cycle or dozen, that I had some of this information. Like, I had to just wing it. We couldn't talk to anybody, man. And what we used to refer to as the buddy says syndrome, where my buddy says this is what you got to do. And then you do that, and it's horse shit, and you screw it up, and you're like, your buddy doesn't know shit. I got to start over again. I got to do, So when you start researching, looking, finding, 30 years ago, who are you going to find that could tell you the honest truth about what you were doing with weed? If I got lucky enough to run into somebody that was legit in the business, that's like basically winning a lottery. Where I grew up, you knew a guy about a thing that could get you weed. He didn't know how to grow it, but he could get it for you.
And it was the weed that they had. It wasn't like what strain was it, or indoor or outdoor, or what. It was like
male, female plant, indica, sativa, dirt weed. We didn't know. It was
there wasn't no dabs either.
Oh my God! The first dabs came out, they were causing Parkinson's disease. They were so riddled with chemicals. Until people figured out how to flush and winterize and get things out right.
Well, you should remember the paraquat of the mid-70s.
Oh, yeah.
My God.
I got you one better. I was just in Zimbabwe, and I went to a hydro store in downtown Harare, and paraquat was on the shelf.
I remember, I didn't know I had it, but somebody gave me a big bag, like those 1 gallon Ziplocs, that much, some stuff outside. I wouldn't call it like cannabis, but it was, related somehow.
What's the third family of plant that they go the dirt weed one? I'm forgetting the strain right now. Ruderalis.
Neurological it was horrible. I couldn't fucking believe it. My side of my face was like going like a mile a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't always a law-abiding citizen that I am today. And I counseled him that dosing me was really not to his long-term benefit.
Yeah. I'm not going to forget that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm amazed that I made it this far with some of the dumb things I did or tried.
Oh, no shit, man.
So now that we can openly discuss these things, and when I told Steven, it's been going back years, we're just happy we can,
Yeah.
you know, that we can just openly share and talk about this, you know.
Well, I got into an argument on one of these type things,
Mhm.
and I said, you know, hey, look, now that in Oregon at least,
Mhm.
and that's where I live, so that's the only laws I know. I'm not familiar with other states.
Mhm.
But I said, you know, where I'm at in my life, 4 plants is as legal as it's ever going to be.
Mhm.
Okay? And I'm happy with that. I'm okay.
Yeah.
He goes, but it's not like really legal. I said, yeah, no kidding. It's called political reality, Cupcake.
Yeah.
Getting 4 plants was passable.
It's already a
Getting,
victory.
hey, do whatever the fuck you want isn't passable.
Yeah.
Right now, it will be. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying right now in this climate, 4 plants is we
got
ought to be
somewhere.
going,
Right.
you know, yippee skippy.
But, you know, some states said the same thing. You can have 4 plants, and then guys grew Christmas trees. And they said, well, that counts as more than 1 plant. And he said, no, it doesn't. It's 1 plant in 1 pot. They said, well, then, no, sorry. We meant you can have up to 4 plants 4 feet tall.
Oh.
Because this guy.
Well, see, I grow. I won't grow in anything under 400 gallons.
Right.
Okay, you said I could have 4 plants. Okay. Let's see, 400-gallon containers. That's what, 16, 8 cubic feet. Okay, yeah, I can do that. And I know how to mix soil, you know,
Yeah.
and I know mixers. I mean, places where they do contract mixing.
Mhm.
So you have your materials dropped there. You drop your castings. Don't count on them to provide them.
Yeah.
You source the goddamn compost. Don't say, well, I can get it for you. No, I'll bring it in.
Yeah.
You heard
Yeah.
Coot. You got to put your own castings. You got to get out there and take a shit on those pots.
Yeah. And you gotta go get the peat moss, the right kind. The sphagnum is still in bales. It was cut when it was frozen.
Yeah.
Not this shit that went through a mixer. But look, it's more convenient. Yeah, and look at it. You know, you just destroyed an incredible amount of microbial colonies to make it convenient. Some things in life aren't convenient. Some things in life require a little effort, you know.
But when you see that the effort of building your own castings, your compost, and building your soil,
Oh,
and
yeah.
accumulating it, what you
That is
get
so-
from that, you're not going to get from any other method.
No, never. And you know, when you do that and you grow medicine of that quality, knowing, and I'm not trying to be hurtful, I'm being realistically, I can't go buy that. If I could, I would. It doesn't exist. That level of quality simply does not exist.
Something that's been pushed hard to accelerate the finish, but not given what it needs to grow
Yes.
fully, it's never going to have those qualities. You may have a hint of the aroma or something, or a bit of the color, but the overall flavor profile is not going to be there.
This old strain that I grow, if you take it down before 12 weeks, you will not be happy. And I'm talking indoor, period.
Yeah.
And I've taken it to 18 more than once. I mean, I've done a number of different things.
What
But
kind of
18
color?
weeks is like super consciousness. And at 10 weeks, it's like, yeah, it's all right.
But I would love to if you can, one of those strains to take it to do a lab test at 12, 14, 16, 18 weeks and see where we're at in the compound balance.
Yes.
That'd be very interesting.
The terpene profile, the one that I had done by a legitimate lab,
Mhm.
if 8 years ago, I showed it to a couple people in the dispensary business, and they were like, "Is this available?" I mean, just from advertising value.
It's available to me at my house. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the list of terpenes was just going on and on and on. You know, all the right ones too, the linalool and the pinene. You know, I want to see and some people are really shocked to find out that really good cannabis has camphor in it. And because it's a protection, the plant creates it as a defense, part of its defense mechanism.
Part of its secondary metabolites.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hmm.
So, in my opinion, I think trying to achieve a whatever profile is Well, number one, it's a fool's errand because I think it just requires a lot of human hubris to think that you can control and manipulate.
Well, to replicate a process, a
Yes.
schedule, you won't be 100% accurate, but at least you can get close to it.
I'm just saying, if it were that easy, then why can I go to Whole Foods and buy chocolate flavored strawberries? I mean, that'd be a moneymaker, wouldn't it? Just saying, you know. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
Oh, I'm with you. You got room on the soapbox for another one? You know, like,
Right.
you know, it's the same thing. And, you know, the same thing when people come over to smoke, you know, 420 today, had people over, like I always do. You know, they always come over and they smoke and the stuff that I grow here and, you know, compare it to what they normally get at the dispensary. You know, a couple of people were from out of town, so they were literally, you know, the stuff they were smoking was from the dispensary. And, you know, you hear it all the time. It's really, you know, not that much different than a tomato that you pick too early so that you get the shelf life that doesn't really ripe when you originally pick it. You know, it's a very similar agricultural thing that once you move into that commercial scale, it, you know, it becomes about how fast can I dry it, how fast can I get it to market, and how, you know, how good does it look when it come out. And it doesn't matter if it's done or not done or whatever. You know, does it test good enough to pass, and can I get it into the dispensary relatively soon? And like most of the questions that come out once you get to that commercial scale. And so the same thing happens all the time. So when they come here and they smoke this stuff, just, you know, just like when you take a bite out of delicious homegrown tomato you just picked off the vine, you know, it's just the same thing for cannabis. It's not that much different.
How you grow it, what you put into it, the method makes such a difference. I remember when I lived in France and I got introduced to produce, and it may sound ridiculous, but I grew up by New York City and we got, you know, the stuff was trucked in from somewhere else, you know, it wasn't grown right there.
No.
When I lived in France, I got fresh, go pick this from the garden type stuff.
Yeah.
And my brain just went, that's what a tomato is supposed to taste like. That's what lettuce is supposed to taste like. You know, and I came back to the United States in 2001 and I went, what the fuck is this stuff? Because it's awful. Then you start finding like an organic farmer's market or something like this. You go, hey, that's, there we go. This is better. This is more like food, you know?
Exactly.
We got people that grew up in the 60s and 70s. We were fed schlock and we didn't know any better because that's what was available.
I can't even think about a TV dinner.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Packed in aluminum.
Or those goddamn pot pies.
Yes,
Swanson.
absolutely.
Oh, fuck.
A gazillion of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Even McDonald's. Look at that.
Or the worst. Who thought of putting lasagna in a can? Chef Boyardee in a can. Jesus.
And it was the sandwich, you know, the like sloppy Joe, like whatever leftover meat and sauce slopped in a can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was food to us. Where learning how to eat better food changed everything for me.
Well, you know, really in a real sense, it was the boomers that established the foodie culture in this country, right? Because we kind of drew it back that our food was so bad in the 50s and 60s when we were kids and, you know, growing up. Plus our moms were like, fuck, I don't want to cook. You know, I can get a can and just eat it in the fucking oven, you know?
Yeah, whatever was easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I always like to cook, so that's what helped me out.
I do too. That's in fact, I'm a artisan baker.
Oh, cool.
And the hardcore, you know, I mill my own flour, buy bags of wheat, the heirloom stuff, the Coruscant, Kamut, you would know as Kamut, einkorn, emmer.
Yeah.
So you know what? There's your gluten, not celiac disease. That's a separate issue.
Right.
But gluten intolerance, many people believe, is a result of the over hybridizing of wheat. Remember, the United States produces most of the world's wheat because we got the land mass available.
Like
we ship cargo ships full of it to France and Europe. But our wheat is like Frankenfood.
Mm.
You know, because it's done at
Monsanto.
universities, you get the right protein level or gluten, you know, and all these other things. And yet, in Europe, where more not ancient grains, but the heirloom wheats are used, and guess what? Gluten intolerance is a far, far smaller issue in most Western European countries. And I attribute that, I happen to be one of those that says, yeah, we took this thing and we turned it from a food into a commodity.
Well, there's two other things at play. So I personally am a glutard. Anyone that's had to eat around me knows I'm a glutard. But there's two issues at hand. So one, since 1930, the average amount of gluten per gram of wheat has increased by 4,000% on average in the United States.
Correct.
So strictly through breeding, we've created a problem.
Right.
Secondarily, the other large issue that comes into play with wheat specifically is the fact that glyphosate is regularly applied 3 days before harvest to defoliate the plant to make it easier on the combines. So if I'm spraying a bunch of chemical engine descaler onto a bunch of plants, which is what glyphosate is, it's not an agricultural product, it was never developed for that. That's a secondary side effect byproduct that it was developed for. And then I spray it onto a plant and then I grind that up and concentrate it. What's going to happen? You're going to have a concentration of that. The same way that we have issues with the concentrates in cannabis when we're concentrating this stuff. The same issue with wheat, right?
But you have the gluten problem, and you have Crohn's disease in people. That's like a modern
Right. That's what I
invention.
mean. I wanted to establish that celiac disease, Crohn's disease, is a separate issue from gluten intolerance.
Mhm.
And it's also become a marketing scam. I mean, when bottles of water are labeled gluten-free, really? I mean, come on.
Oh yeah.
It just becomes something stupid to put on a commodity.
We also have Roger from True Aquaponics. Him and I also do apmjnewts.com. So if you're looking for aquaponic cannabis nutrients, we do have a full a full list of fish safe nutrients you can get either in 1 pound or 4 pound amounts, or you can get customized amounts based on your aquarium size. If you're an aquarium user, we do have you pick the number of veg and bloom weeks for your kits, and you pour the package in once a week, and helps supplement what the fish waste does not provide. So thanks a lot for joining us there, Roger.
Absolutely. Sorry I'm late, guys. I'm getting old, so I took a nap, and that nap turned into sleep. So, but here I am.
Say getting old?
Yes.
Some of us would know nothing about that.
Yeah.
I was going to take a nap when I saw that there was a link for a show tonight. I didn't even know. Because Steve sent it on Facebook tonight, so I just happened to be checking a thing that I've got going on, and so here we are again. Hey, Roger 2.
I'm the main Roger, though. Sometimes my wife likes me.
Yeah.
Well, we had 2 Steves earlier, so now we have 2 Rogers now.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think
Well,
we'll end
we
up
can
with
get a
I didn't hear that. So.
I said I don't think we'll end up with 2 Coots though.
Yeah.
Never know.
Maybe. So how's it going, Roger? What's new with you down there in Texas land? In fact, I'll be going to be down your way here soon in Austin, giving a talk on aquaponic cannabis on the 15th of May.
Right. Yeah, I'm hoping to show up there. We're trying to shift things away. I'll be coming back from vacation about a week before that, so I'm gonna have lots to catch up on, but still gonna try to get down there and see you again and meet up with everybody.
Cool.
If anyone wants to hang out and see me, I will be
Gotta
presenting
talk about selfless promotion.
at the Lucky Leaf Lucky Leaf Expo. I will be presenting at the Austin, Texas thing, and I believe I'm presenting at 1:30 on May 15th. I don't believe that schedule set.
Is that part of South by Southwest?
I'm not sure. It's part of a bigger.
Yes.
We have 6
Yeah, it is.
different. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's part of South by Southwest.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we the company I work for my day job, we actually installed quite a bit of security stuff in that building. So
Wow, neat.
it's an interesting place.
There's a lot of the tech people at that too, and I mean general tech. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, but that's part of it as well.
And I'll be presenting on aquaponic production, on how it can
Cool.
increase flavor, speed of production, and then profits from year over year compared to other traditional indoor agriculture. So that'll be a lot of fun. I
Yeah.
always love. It's been almost 2 years since I presented because of the virus and being away in Africa and everything else. So I'm really looking forward to getting back into that kind of setting and
Mm-hmm.
talking to people again. It's going to be refreshing mentally, I think, after the borderline prison sentence that COVID has kind of given all of us.
Yeah, really.
Are you saying that you actually, since you came back the first time after COVID was out, that you went back to Africa again?
No. I haven't been
Oh,
back.
you're talking about last year when
Literally, this last week was a full year back in the States. So, but I have a whole bunch, just like Breeder Steve. I got a whole bunch of stuff over internationally that's just like basically waiting for these fucking quarantines to stop, and I'm out of here.
Well, you're going to have to be vaccinated. A lot of countries won't let you in if you're not.
Yeah, I'm not. I want to see more proof that this stuff's going to work.
No, so do I. But that's what they're saying. It's all my trips and things are all shit canned
right,
until further notice.
Be vaccinated right now.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I've also had the virus, right? So like,
Yeah.
I also feel like, look, if I've been tested positive, well, I don't need the vaccine. I have the antibodies in my blood.
They don't last.
Right, and the COVID evolves, so the molecular structure and all changes, constantly evolves, which means
so
February, March of last year, it knocked me on my ass for 3 weeks, but I obviously survived it. But the antibodies only last for about 6 months in the natural format. Then you're in theory.
So I'll wait until they get it right, so that it actually lasts longer than 6 months before I inject it into my body.
Don't worry about that. Just shoot it up. Don't worry.
No, once they actually get it right and it's longer term, I will absolutely get it. But right now, I'm not going to be a guinea pig.
Here's a pro tip: stay away from Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah. So those of you who don't know,
most states have blocked it already, so you can't get it anyway.
For those of you who don't know, my sister was hospitalized and she was basically in medically induced coma for 13 days because of a flu vaccine shot. So I'm a little bit more leery than your average bear. I'm totally for them once they've been proven to be safe. I just need a little more proof than the average person.
And just to say something about Johnson & Johnson, they had that issue, but they've also announced yesterday that they're probably going to be making it available again. So just so you know, there's a lot to that story beyond just the headline.
Oh no, it's fine. Again, like, just because you have a few outliers doesn't mean there was some other trend. Maybe they all happen to drink the same energy drink, right? Like, we don't know.
Well, I don't want to have a stroke or any blood clots. So
but my parents have had the 2-shot. I don't know if there's two of them have 2 shots, and
Moderna and Pfizer
has 1. Right?
Yeah, I actually had the Moderna, but
and my parents got both of them, whatever it was. They've already got both their shots, and they haven't grown an arm out of their face or anything yet. So
my wife
just
and I
checking, nothing fell off.
Yeah, nothing. You still got all your
all the fingers, and I checked the rest later. But
my wife and I had the Pfizer, and both of us have had both injections. Because I wanted to go to Ecuador later this year, and maybe even India, and it was the only
way you could do that.
Yeah, and maybe not even then, but at least it was, one of the steps. So I guess I'm pretty philosophical. I just turned 70, so it was a good life, and if I screwed up, I guess I'll find out. So I'll be the guinea pig. I'll be the guinea pig for younger guys like Steve.
When was your shot?
The Pfizer.
But when? How long ago?
Oh, excuse me. Let's see, 5 weeks ago, I guess, on the first one, and then a couple of weeks ago on the second one. Yeah.
Then you're good to go. It's within days of the second shot. If anyone's gonna have problems when it happens.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I had mine back in. My second shot was in February. Because of some of the work I do, I'm involved in the medical and they forced us to get the
Yeah.
shot if we wanted to be there. So I went ahead and got it.
But I keep myself pretty healthy. I walk 4 miles a day with a bulldog and a good hard walk. So it controls my diabetes.
Nice.
And it's also good to get, because I walk along 2 rivers, a walkway that overlooks the river, the largest rivers in Western Oregon. So it's kind of neat from a mental, get your day going. You get some stimuli, the trees and the river and the birds and stuff. But it's good. It's good exercise, and it keeps you. I think it keeps your mind like squared away. Focused.
Engaged in life. I mean,
There you go. Yeah.
Because the problem a lot of people having during this pandemic is that they just shut off to the world and they don't know how to re-engage with it.
Right. Yeah, I was real aware of that, not to become bunker mentality kind of thing.
I mean, I just drove out. I was with Steve. Was it 2 weeks ago, Steve, when I was there?
Yep.
I drove out. Was safe about it. Made a few stops and did a few things, but nothing crazy. But we had things to do and stuff to cover, and I wanted to check out the area. I just went and did it.
I have a question for you, since you're involved in lighting, and I'll make it real short and brief. The first lights I ever bought were from Holland, PL Light Systems. In fact, the model was a PL90, and they were only 400 watts in those days. Are you familiar with PL, the brand?
Yeah, that's does the bulbs. It was a 400-watt bulb light.
No.
You're a different PL than me. The PL I'm talking was a double-ended bulb fixture.
Oh no, no. Yeah, check them out online. P.L. light systems, and they were the ones that invented agricultural lighting in 1975, in conjunction with the company that in North America we know them as Horticultural. The parent company is Horst Schrader, and they were the ones, along with Philips, that created the first agricultural bulb. And what was amazing, in 1975, their light systems, the inside of the reflectors were anodized. And when they showed up in the cannabis lights 25 years later, you would have thought it was like, the second coming or something. And
they were using those in flower greenhouses in Holland.
You're right. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Supplemental lights for extending the day period.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
They were 2100 Kelvin, their output, and 2700 Kelvin degrees at their color temperature output.
Right.
And people didn't understand why. And that's when they started using bulbs for indoor cannabis growing. They all went to those Kelvin temperatures, but they didn't realize that was supplemental lighting in greenhouse colors.
Exactly.
Because greenhouse glazes block all the reds in UV. You get too much blue in greenhouses. So they were trying to rectify the color inside there. But cannabis
where I
didn't
live,
get the memo.
When I get on the freeway, within 3 miles, there's a sign that says, I'm at the 25th parallel. So that's halfway between the equator and the North Pole, right? So that I'm pretty far north. I mean, in the wintertime, our days are really, really short. They're not long at all. The sun might come up around 7:45, and at 4:15, it's gone, kind of thing.
Your parallel is not pretty similar to New York, where I'm from.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then when I lived in Paris, and I was in Ireland, it's even worse. The days are so friggin' short.
Right.
Yeah. But summers over there are awesome way up north. So you get
exactly. Yeah.
If I could do, Northern Hemisphere and then go Southern Hemisphere and visit winter sporadically, that's what I would do.
Yeah, exactly.
But
thank you.
I'm going to check out in a minute because my brain's shutting off. But as far as lighting for cannabis goes, I can tell you with a straight face that it's quantum leaps in the past 5 years over anything before.
Right.
And what we've done even just this year, the new stuff we just launched today, the all new line of products. I'm seeing such differences in the plants that it's a whole new path. It's a new rabbit hole for me to dive into. just because I found other little at the extremities outside of what the visible spectrum is towards what plants actually use. Now we have an actual scale to measure that. And it's called, there's two standards, UL 8800, Asabi S640, to help show that what we see versus what plants use. And we're measuring the bandwidths what plants actually use. That's more like 280 to 800 nanometers range. And now we can measure and quantify that in efficiency. And that's the new standard that people will start looking at.
I need to talk to you about lights as it relates to growing mushrooms, because that's become my big hot thing. I started microdosing a couple of years ago, and it's true to my history. I learned to do it myself. Well, I learned to get some mushrooms. I'm not sure where I would be at on the.
Let's just say I suspect some other people listening know a thing or two about mushrooms. I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, that's neat. Yeah, wow. Damn, that's nice.
Yeah, that's the 603. Yes, sir.
Wow. That's way, I'm like small scale.
If you see the spectrum chart there? Yeah. And those specific points.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Is something I did intentionally because I see the clear-cut benefit for cannabis with those.
Right.
You know, and in the past you'd have like other LEDs would have like maybe a blue point and a red point and not all the rest in the middle or that high end there. But a spectrum was like a good sauce. A good sauce has a little list of all that, and it's balanced. When it's balanced, you see the benefit, because plants will take any photons they can get. When you give them the right dose of photons is when the magic happens. The right intensity.
That's beautiful work. I'm impressed.
Oh, thanks. You know,
as you can probably tell, I saw the original. I was there at the beginning of the indoor light thing, and it was a little rough, to be honest with you. The stuff was made over here in Felony Flats in southeast Portland with parabolic shades. I mean, you get the idea.
Yeah. No, I remember what we used to call the Chinaman hat.
There you go. Right.
Wing.
Yeah.
All those things, you know. And some guys wouldn't even buy that. They'd get the ceramic socket, just vertical bulb, and just hang it down.
Yeah.
Hey, I did that.
Sure.
My first I had a Hortilux like that, and I started with a Diamond 250 self-contained, 250 watt self-contained, and I used the Sun Master enhanced, whatever the enhanced. Yeah, it was an HPS, so I used the enhanced blue. And then I actually bought a high bay light off eBay for like $55, a 400 watt high bay vertical lamp, and that I hung that down in the middle like they used to show pictures in Holland, where they'd have the circle of plants, and they'd have the light, and they just turn the plant a quarter turn every day.
Side lighting. We just turn it. Yep. Sure.
Yeah, they go shorter, and it was kind of, so yeah, I had all this stuff and built my own Hortilux 1000 watt way back in 2005, I think, when I first built my first light. So it's you're right though. It's amazing. You couldn't even buy now you can buy a 1000 watt light for HID for like $200 that does a pretty good job.
Well, but the only thing I would say with that is that yes, you can get a bulb fixture cheaper, but it's not going to last, and it's also a toxic landfill problem. So
right, but I'm talking about back then that same light would have cost you $1,000. I
remember when one of the businesses that we moved into Ontario, California about 10 years ago. And we got inside the building, and it was a 26,000 square foot building. It wasn't small. We got inside, and I started laughing right away. And the other guy's like, "What are you laughing at?" I'm like, "Look at those bulbs in the garbage can." And like, "What's funny about light bulbs?" I go, "Look closely." And they go, "Well, I don't know what you mean." I go, "This was a grow up, idiot." They didn't even bother. They just put their old used HPS bulbs in the trash there, and the realtor didn't understand what it was. He was waiting for someone to pick it up, but they had cleaned the building we moved into was a former grow up. Metal halide bulbs, which people use for veg, those are old street lights. They're 100-year-old technology.
Yeah.
More, HPSs were, post World War II, but they haven't changed much till double-ended bulb came out, which Jim mentioned, which, the Dutch greenhouses were using 20, 30 years ago with those anodized and German dimpled reflectors.
Right.
It's
Steve, look up P.L. light systems, and I'll show you
the one you were talking about. Yeah.
their dominance in vegetable and flower. I mean, hell, Ecuador is huge flower production country, and it all started in Holland.
Sure.
In the mid 70s.
Have you ever been to Schiphol?
What's that?
Schiphol in Holland. It's a massive. It's a flower market. It's.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
I got in to see that a few years back, and
Oh wow. Yeah.
there were 747s flying in from Kenya a couple times a day with fresh cut flowers from Ecuador, from everywhere.
It's a huge international business.
Crazy.
Not so much during COVID, but I mean in normal, whatever that means. In normal times, with the holidays around the world, Valentine, all that stuff, Christmas, holidays, and what have you.
Well, what is a wedding flower? I've been down for a couple years, but I've been really looking into possibly going into production of what are those flowers? They're the white flowers. They sell them at every wedding. Every wedding has
the tiny ones, the muguet.
No, that's angel, or no, it's a big flower.
A lily.
Yeah,
lilies.
It's one of the lilies, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want to say peonies or something like that.
No, I'll tell you that.
I think I noticed. I've been married a couple of times, but I don't know.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
I'll just look it up. Wedding flower real quick. That'll tell you.
You're thinking of lilies.
Roses,
No, it's a white flower. It's basically the number one selling flower for weddings and such, and it's just a giant market out there.
It's a white lily.
There's giant market for fresh cut flowers everywhere. I mean, Elton John keeps half the florists in the world working. Guy spends $1 million a month on fresh cut flowers.
What's the job me crazy?
What it would be like to have that kind of expendable income. Certainly wouldn't spend that shit on fresh
if you're
on fresh cut flowers, they would just smell a lot better than the ones he buys.
Yeah. They'd be multifunction, and we could also do some extractions and things with them as well.
So Roger and I actually run a pretty large subscription service. Roger, do you want to tell us a little quickly about your website and the subscription service that we run together?
Sure thing. So what we do is we take water samples and send them to the lab, or actually let you send them direct to the lab to save some time. We get the results back. We take all your information, your system size, what you're growing, what fish you have, your layout, where you're actually growing, all your ambient temperatures around the year, whether it be water or air. And then we put together a nutrient pack that you dose typically every 2 weeks throughout the month. And we've got 2 levels, one where you test once a month, and the other is twice a month, where you get 2 shipments of minerals per month. And in those cases, a lot of times, depending on the size of your system, you may be dosing weekly if it's a very large system, upwards of 20,000 gallons. But right now we're taking care of about 250,000 gallons around the U.S., both in cannabis grows and veggie grows. So really excited about that. It's going on real well over the last year, even with COVID going on. It's grown pretty quick, and we've seen a lot of people go from just marginal to really starting to rake in the money on their different grows, whether it be veggie or cannabis or hemp or what have you. So like I said, we're pretty excited about that, and continuing to grow and add more services on every day as far as what we can do. I know we're getting ready to launch some pest control and pest identification, which a lot of people have a lot of trouble with. And they just don't know how to identify that stuff when it happens. And then they also don't know what to do. So
right, that's the biggest part.
Right. And even if they figure out what bug they have, they just don't know what to do. So it's another service we're going to add on to help to keep people from losing entire crops. But yeah, Steve's got the website up there, and if somebody goes down, scroll on down a little way, Steve, you'll see, well, back up. Well, where it says click here to fill out the form, that right there, click there. It'll take you to a questionnaire where you can fill it out. We get that, and that's how the process starts. So we send you a quote, typically within 24 hours, to get you started, see if you're interested and how you want to proceed. And a lot of different options on there, a lot of information we need to make sure we do the exact right thing for your system to give you the best possible outcome that there can be. And we've had nothing but positive results. Anything you want to add to that, Steve?
I was going to say we've really grown it quite exponentially each month, kind of steadily. We kind of soft launched it with 3 farms and then, rolled out from there. It's a lot of stuff that I kind of previously done a lot of work on, and then kind of rolled it into a service with Roger. There was a lot of people that were kind of asking, hey, where can I get, aquaponics cannabis safe nutrients? So we made apmjnewts.com. So you can come here and get all of your same kind of subscription service, or buy the nutrients individually, by the pound or 4 pounds if you just want to dose it yourself, if you're already an expert. Or hey, if you don't know what you're doing, you can actually just go on here. We have a couple of different options, 4, 6, 12, 12 weeks of veg, and then you can get micronutrient packs, which covers your base nutrients, and then a couple of other options as well. But this kind of helps you figure out what you need. You can pick your size of your aquarium if you're doing it on a home scale, and kind of help you as best we can without overdosing your system or killing stuff. You can dose this up to double the dosage if you feel like maybe it needs a little bit more oomph, and we can always send you a little bit more if we need to. You can always buy a little bit more, but the whole idea is to give people a pretty good middle of the road ground for nutrients. You can always boost it above this, but it kind of gives you most of what you need to be successful beyond just what the fish are missing. So it kind of just gives you the little bit of the 15% of the nutrients that the fish nutrients and the fish waste doesn't provide. So, and it kind of makes it easy and brainless. You just tear the packet open, for each week that you have it, veg or bloom, and away you go.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, we've seen marvelous results. There's people I didn't even know bought from me on Reddit that are posting pictures and calling us out. And I know I sold the stuff to them, but their names on Reddit are totally different. So, they're trying to hide from whoever's looking, and it's nice to see that happen and see that those results are happening in that fashion. So it's turned out to be a really good deal for everybody all the way around.
You're actually blending your own salts and everything there in those packets?
Yes.
Yeah, back in the day, I was doing that for hydroponics. We were starting to do that before we got crashed when we had our store up originally. And then later on, I got into this aquaponics thing with Steve and Marty, and that was years ago. I think today would be my 5th anniversary. It's my 5th anniversary on the show, or yesterday, because I was on 420, like 5 years ago, and I did 3 years straight, never missed an episode. Then the last year's been crazy. Well, Steve went to Africa, and then it's just been crazy since then. So
it's Steve's fault, clearly.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Well, you can't be on a show if there is no show. He sent me invites. I see him. I always see him the next day now because because when you stop doing something out of habit, you kind of forget that it's Thursday night, and then you go, oh crap, or you go to your email the next day and see you got a link to the Zoom show. So, by the way, that flower I was talking about and I had researched it. It's a peony, Peony, and it's a high dollar flower that if you wanted to, for those of you out there that can't or don't do cannabis that want to make some money, I believe if you set it up correctly and had the right guidance and or just knew what you were doing. Peony is a very marketable and a high
You want to
market.
make money on plants that aren't cannabis, you grow basil and you grow orchids.
Yeah,
You make
yeah.
stupid money.
Well, Nepenthes and other carnivorous plants have become incredibly profitable recently. But I was going to say the issue you have with peonies is peonies require ants in order to bloom. So you better have some ant colonies going on in your greenhouse, or you're going to have issues.
Well, I can probably do that because I have to fight them suckers all the time.
Might not be the right kind of ants, but we'll see.
Peonies actually produce nectar in the actual flower bud to help open the flower and open it and make it open up better. So it's definitely something that you should be aware of if you go that route, because I don't know if they can be done without that. Maybe I'm sure if you had maybe in a hydroponic or aquaponic solution, the extra water pressure would help push those open. But again, purely theoretical there. I do not know, that I could be wholly wrong on that and full of shit. I don't know, but it's to me like it could be a beneficial factor in that scenario. But certainly, traditionally, peonies. My grandmother used to grow peonies, and they did require ants.
That's interesting. At least that's something to think of for people to research if they do like any of the idea, an idea like that. But I guess they produce a nectar gland, so it's not only a beautiful flower. I think part of the what people like about it is it's got a scent. It's got such a pleasant scent. When you walk in a church or something at a wedding, you can tell. You smell it. You smell the flowers. Anyway. That's something, but thank you. I'll have to look up the ant thing, but I got ants. I'd hate to have to think I have to start controlling ants now.
Well, if fire ants will help you, I'm happy to ship some from Texas.
It's been one hell of a 420 episode. I think we'll wrap things up here. Coot, do you want to tell everybody how to find you and or more information on you or anything that you may or may not be peddling?
I got off social media for personal reasons, but you can reach me at Clackamas Coot and #1, Clackamas Coot 1 at Gmail, and I answer my emails. I don't sell anything. I was going to write a book, and then I got, really disinterested because of what I had to do to sell it, but I'm just here to help people. I had my glory days. It was fun, and now I'm over that. I just grow some weed, and I don't grow cannabis. I grow weed, and BPS knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
just
old phrases, And I enjoy growing mushrooms. So
we very much appreciate the generosity of your knowledge.
Yeah, man. It's very, very good talking to you, man.
Yeah, you guys too. You guys have a great evening, and I wish you nothing but the best. I really want to get with Steve and Roger on the aquaponics thing. I want to get my brain wrapped around it. Not that I'm set up to do it, but I like learning things. I like learning new things and things that are established by people that give a shit. That actually work and not, well, I think, or somebody told me, or
this is applied actual factual stuff. Yeah,
exactly. So you can't do any better than that. If you talk to somebody that has actually done it.
You can also start with a small system in aquaponics until you figure out what you're doing, so you don't have to go balls to the wall all in. So that would be probably better in your situation. You don't have to build a whole greenhouse system.
Right. But somebody mentioned orchids, and I just wanted to say before I leave, one of the reasons that intrigued me about Ecuador, they have over 4,000 varieties or species, whatever the right term is in that particular plant, of orchids. Is that amazing?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, 4,000? My goodness.
The thing is, because Ecuador is one of those countries where it goes from sea level up to high mountains. They have every single climate zone and type.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
You have those sky islands. What are they called? In Ecuador as well. Ecuador and Suriname and Brazil, you have those or maybe
what's really cool, their equivalent of federal law, bans GMOs.
Yeah.
The organic farming scene is much stronger than many places in the United States, especially in the bigger cities like Cuenca or the capital, or along the coast where, you know, the surfers, a lot of surfing going on, Montevita, Salinas. I mean, it's amazing how many expats, and not just from America, Australia, Canada, England, all over Western Europe, live in Ecuador, because they have actually deflation, not inflation. Is that amazing? And their currency, you know what their currency is? This is the best part. It's the American dollar. So you don't have to sit there. So how many pesos are in a, you know, whatever the price is, it's what you're used to paying.
It's fun going to a country and having like your dollar mean hundreds of theirs. Like there's just something fun about having like $100,000.
Yeah. I can see
Even
that
matter
too.
if it's worth a penny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just the fact
100,000
that you
pesos.
have $100,000 in your wallet is like just fun sometimes.
It's fun, but a cupcake costs $50,000. So
I remember going to Jamaica and a stick of butter cost 420. It was $420, and I was like, man, I gotta send this to my homies back in Philly because it's so funny.
Yeah. You guys have a great evening and best wishes.
you too, Jim. It was good to meet you, sir.
You too. Bye-bye.
See you later.
All right. Well, I think we're going to wrap up the show. Brendon, why don't you tell everybody how to find you, your websites, and various. Actually, looks like he's having some connection. Oh, there you go. Brendon, you want to tell us how to find you, your various companies, and other things?
From King LED, spectrumkingled.com. For more, the microbial solution, you can find that at growwithmore.us. It's BioCat Solutions, the company. With other things we're working on, there's you know, plenty of good stuff in the pipeline, be it lighting, be it microbial, or other fun stuff we're dabbing into. But the whole idea is to, at some point, the best cannabis and the best extracts, the best, cleanest, healthiest stuff you can get your hands on. That's what we want to do.
Awesome.
Thank you guys. I had a lot of fun listening in, and it's been good stuff. Hopefully we can get into another one sometime soon.
As
Appreciate
always,
Thank you, Brandon.
Peace
Been a
out.
pleasure.
Mic drop from Los Angeles.
Thanks, everybody. Roger, why don't you tell everybody how to find you? ILGM, Roger.
Well, ILGM is ilovegrowingmarijuana.com. We got one of the largest and friendliest cannabis forums on the internet. It's a mature forum with appropriate behavior where you can ask questions and not get beat down. We got a blog with over probably by now 600 articles. It was over 500 for a long time, but they're always writing new articles. So we got a big giant blog, which you can comment on and have someone in the staff in Netherlands answer you. I used to do that, but I guess my forum involvement got a little bit bigger. We got a bud of the month. If you're a member and you buy seeds from ILGM, we run a bud of the month contest where you can win a pack of seeds free every month, and sometimes we do some contests. I guess I got behind the curve, or we would have had a 420 contest, some kind of essay contest for some medicinal patient. We would have picked out and maybe given a few seeds away, but I dropped the ball on that one. I'm also been working on it. I mentioned it earlier in the show. I've got all kinds of stuff related to ilovegrowingmarijuana.com. So I've got my domain, ilovegrowingsupply.com, will be up in the near future. And like I said, it will be carrying specialty supplies and hardware for natural farming, hydroponics, aquaponics, and probably, depending on how the legislation goes, we'll eventually have some seeds and stuff. I can do affiliate drops shipping the seeds from our company in the Netherlands, but I can't legally handle any where I'm at. So that's about it with me. We're just trying to hang in there, keep everybody alive. And once again, my heart goes out to Will Wyman and his family and all his friends and all of us that knew him. We're, rest in peace, my good friend. And, I'd say I'll see you later, but I probably won't ever see you, realistically. I yield.
All right. Well, what about you, Roger?
I need
Other-
more sleep. Just search for Aquaponics or the website that Steve gave out earlier. Either one works. For the cannabis, you want to use the website Steve gave you. For fruiting and flowering, you just search Aquaponics. We have everything there for regular veg plants and get you going the right way with it. Like I said, or like Steve said earlier, he's going to be in Austin in May, mid-May. So we're going to try to be there also. And if you're there, we'll meet with whoever's there and shake hands, bump fists, touch elbows, whatever it takes. And if we're far enough away, we'll drop mask and smile at each other. That's about all I got. I'm fixing to head back to bed.
I do have to give y'all a shout out. I want to say too that you guys, what they're doing with this subscription deal for you new growers, it's worth trying out, because when you can have somebody, I was lucky to have a guy that now works for Canna, but he was the field agent for South Africa and Kenya, and they made all their own nutrients. So I got into that early. What they're doing for aquaponics so that your fish are safe, it's worth trying it out. You may find that you figure you can do it yourself down the road, but you want to get started and you want to have success early on when you're growing to keep yourself motivated. I think it's a great thing, the subscription service. You know, that was a great idea. I'm just mad I'm not part of it. Yeah.
Roger, that's a good point. The fish safe part. We
Yeah.
actually started True Aquaponics, the business, in late 2012, and this is 2021, so it's 11 years or 9 years, and we have killed exactly 0 fish, no fish deaths due to our nutrients. So we're very proud of that, and it's really important to us. There's nothing we sell, nothing we carry on the shelves that we don't use ourselves or haven't used ourselves in the past. So we make sure everything's safe. We test everything to make sure there's nothing weird in it. There's some minerals that you can buy out there that you're going to find arsenic and everything else in. So we test stuff constantly to make sure we're turning out good, proper minerals that are, you know, what you want to actually be putting in your system with your fish and happy to eat or smoke with your plants. That's really important to us.
Yeah, eliminating that one critical part of learning to grow and to produce things, having something like that. That's just what I think is so great, because I know a lot of people fail and they don't know why. But if you can eliminate from the idea that it's anything to do with the nutrients, you know, I mean, not saying it couldn't happen, but generally this is a tested and proven method. And the fact that you can eliminate that from worrying about that's the cause of your problem. It's probably an environmental problem or no telling, but you can take anytime you can eliminate anything to worry that you would have to worry about. That's really a strong way to go, I think. So.
Absolutely. All right, guys. So I guess that's it for me. I'm fixing to check out and head back to the bed and get some shut eye. I got to be up in about 4 hours.
All right. Well, I appreciate everybody sticking around. Marty, you still there? I think he took off. All right. Marty had a bunch of guests in the 420 party and shit going on. So I think he's a little bit hands full. But you can catch Marty at apmeds.com. You can catch our online. In fact, fuck it. I'm just going to show the class.
That's the way you do it.
I'm just tired. Well, eventually, we've been kind of running on fumes since Afro Man on Sunday. Here we go. So you can go to apmjclass.com. We have Marty and I have this wonderful aquaponic cannabis class. We cover all different types of aspects of aquaponic cannabis production and troubleshooting and all kinds of stuff. So definitely check that out. We cover an enormous range of topics, over 600 different slides encompassing hundreds of different lectures. So definitely check that out at apmjclass.com. You can get aquaponic nutrients at apmjnewts.com. You can check out the podcast at Growing with Fishes on your favorite podcast app. You can check out myself at Ponics on YouTube, SoundCloud, iTunes, Spotify, all the things. And thank fuck they found that cop guilty on all charges today. It's a good 420.
It's about time they put one up. They made the Charleston guy.
We're not going to get into it deep because we've been trying to talk.
But it's about time since you brought.
It's about time we saw real justice happen, and for it to happen on 420 was a good thing. So let's close on that positive note, and we'll see you guys next. I'm not sure if we're going to do a show on Thursday. Tentatively, we're planning on doing a show Thursday. We're going to see what we have for you. I have some super cool guests lined up for after that, but this Thursday has been kind of tricky to find someone because of travel and the holiday and everything. So we'll see what happens. If not, we got Tad Hussey is going to be with us next week. So, yeah, if I don't see you on Thursday, we'll be back next week with Tad Hussey.